Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Date is the 30th of September 2025. Parties are as follows. Presiding Officer, Mrs. T. Olivier. Public Prosecutor, Advocate J. Caesar. For the defense, Advocate L. Houders, SC for accused number 1. Advocate S. Matthews, SC for accused number 2. Interpreter, Ms. Murray. Clerk, Ms. Mkameni. The case number is Regional Court 44620B. The matter has been set down today for judgment. All parties are ready to proceed.
Thank you, Advocate Caesar. Advocate Ode is ready to proceed.
So I confirm our continued representation of accused number 1. We're ready to proceed with the judgment.
Thank you. Advocate Matthews, thank you. Sorry, I just want to. Don't like on this. From memory, without checking, I think we are left with a warrant officer Steenkamp and then Colonel Ngwadleka.
That's correct.
Your Worship was we were at Captain Becker and Your Worship was turning to D4. So when we adjourned.
Okay, I will thank you, Advocate Otis. I've left the exhibit file to minimize the carrying. I will place the D4 on record when we have a short comfort break. Thank you for the reminder. Maybe I can do it now. Just a minute. All is in order. I just want to see if I made a typo or what. Just want to see if I can do it now. Here we go. I see, yes. I'll check my exhibit file, thank you. I marked it here, but not what it contains. I'll do so shortly. court will then proceed with the continuation of judgment in this matter, and in essence will deal now with the evidence of Warrant Officer Amanda Steenkamp. The evidence also pertains to, which we now refer to as Exhibit J, with the various attachments to the said document as testified by the witness. The witness is a member of the South African Police Services stationed at the Facial Identification Unit at the local Criminal Record Centre in East London at the time, and employed as a facial identification specialist with 27 years of service within the SAPS and attached to the facial identification section since 1997. She had placed her experience and qualifications, including the training she received, on record, and such was accepted by the state and the defense. Therefore, I do not deem it necessary to place all the training and qualifications of the witness on record, but I may do so. I'm trying to curtail proceedings. She testified that facial or image comparison is the process of using facial comparison and image mapping techniques to determine the evidential value of the forensic evidence from crime scene footage. The technique is a manual process undertaken by an expert using two categories of facial comparison, namely the facial review and the facial examination. Further, that facial comparison has many applications, and the methods used to compare faces will often depend on the purpose of the comparison. The Facial Identification Scientific Working Group has identified two broad categories of facial comparison, being, as stated, the facial review and facial examination. She explained the facial review is a vast, less rigorous process conducted between an image and subject or between the sets of images. Further, that the facial examination involves a more time-consuming, rigorous process performed between sets of, in brackets, of images, and in brackets, still, video capture, and 3D scan images. It should be noted that methodological analysis is a method of facial comparison in which the features of the face are described, classified, and compared, and would also include the shape, appearance, presence, and or location of facial features and landmarks. For purposes of the matter before court, the witness received an exhibit analysis request on the 3rd of August 2018, marked as as evidence bag with reference number PAD 000506-846, marked Mdantsane case 0608 of 18, and it contained one time CD-R and one photo album marked VID 201-80802-WA0006. It also included various social media images received for analysis from Crime Intelligence Unit. The request received was for the analysis of the images for facial identification purposes, firstly to indicate whether an image comparison will be possible, and thereafter, if possible, thereafter to compare the suspect on the CCTV images and the control photos provided. The findings regarding the morphological assessment of the person on the image and the person on the control image was attached to the affidavit of the witness and testified to viva voce in court, and referred to for convenience of the witness as Annexure A, as attached to her affidavit, indicated that on page 2 and 3 depicts the selected images for comparison purposes, and page 4 and 5 being the drafted court chart. page 6 being the points of similarities and dissimilarities, and the conclusion found on page 7 being a positive conclusion. And on page 13, a glossary of the morphological words that the witness used to do the landmarks as depicted between the analysis between the person in the CCTV images on the left side of the court chart and the control photo images on the right side of the court chart. It is found that it depicts the same person, in this instance being accused 1. Also contained in Annexure A, page 8 to 9, being the selected photos for comparison purposes. Page 10 being the points of similarities found, and on page 12 the conclusion that the analysis between the person in the CCTV images being the images on the left side of the court chart and the control photos being images on the right side of the court chart is found that the person in the CCTV images and in the control images depicts the same person, being accused number 2. The findings of the person on the image and the person on the control image is attached as Annexure A, and that was sealed in evidence bag with reference number PW 400-130-1721. The witness also received an exhibit analysis on 13 December 2018, sealed in evidence bag PA 60034569475, marked as Mdantsane CAS 0608 of 2018, containing one-time CD, requesting an analysis of the images for facial and firearm identification purposes, and for the witness to explain or again to indicate whether an image comparison will be possible, and to examine the suspect and firearms depicted. The morphological assessment of the person and the firearms on the various CCTV images is attached and marked as Annexure B, and testified that page 2 depicts 5 images and page 3 depicts 3 images, which the witness testifies that she is unable to identify discriminating characteristics, example, scratches, etc. However, holistically, the shapes, the correspondence of the shapes, and the site of shapes can be observed, but the correspondence of the shapes and the site of shapes can be observed, but no discriminating factors that is individual, unique, due to the distance of the lenses and poor light can be made with regards to the firearm depicted, and that she is not an expert in the field of stating whether it is a real firearm or not, and that her expertise is with regards to mark out discriminating characteristics between images. During cross-examination by Advocate Holders, the witness testified that all the findings she made was based on still images and not on watching the video, and that during her analysis in identifying firearms from the still images, her findings are inconclusive. Advocate Matthews, correct me please, you had no cross-examination regards this witness. Thought I'm delusional. Okay. Now, the lengthy exercise in this judgment would be the evidence pertaining to Colonel Ngwadleka. In this instance, as to curtail evidence in chief and cross-examination, the court is of the view that I will read into record the reports which I drafted and typed out with all the corresponding seal numbers and the corresponding numbers received from the various police officials indicating next to each exhibit. That will then, in event I will thereafter add extra evidence in chief and the cross-examination thereafter. So this is the last, I trust, lengthy but well-needed summary of the evidence. As an introduction then, it should be noted regarding the evidence of Colonel Mgwadleka that the witness explained that during his evidence in chief and as far as it pertains to all the Section 212 Act 51 of 1977 statements and various exhibits, that as soon as a case arrives at their unit or section, it is registered on their system and a lab number is allocated to a specific case. In the matter before court, the unique number allocated at the unit being lab 282270/18. The witness also explained on moving forward to a statement marked as lab 282270-18 in brackets 2+3 by agreement between the state and more so request of the defense whilst evidence in chief was led, that the said report not to be read into record, and he was requested to concentrate on the firearm in question. I deem it necessary therefore to place the contents of 2+3 on record because it resulted in lengthy cross-examination by Advocate Hodes. Therefore, the full picture should be placed on record. With regards to the statement already placed on record in detail as received on the 3rd of August, the following evidence... No, let me get to my... I will now deal with the expertise of the witness, thereafter the relevant statements. The witness is a member of the South African Police Services attached to the Ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory here in East London, Eastern Cape, not East London, Port Elizabeth, at Ibn Donja's building, North End, Port Elizabeth. The witness obtained a BSc degree in chemistry from the Vista University and started working at the Science Laboratory in the year 2000. He has received countless training and is a qualified forensic ballistic analyst. To date, at the time of his evidence, he had examined 4,462 cases which are ballistic-related matters. He has received in-service training in the following aspects of the forensic ballistic science: the identification of ammunition, fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, the use of microscopic equipment, microscopic individualization of firearms, ammunition, fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, acquisition of fired cartridge cases and fired bullet data on the IBI system, which is the Integrated Ballistic Identification System. Further, he had received training in microphotography, identification of firearms, examination of firearm and mechanisms, / examination and identification of homemade devices. The different manufacturing processes of firearms and firearm components, the techniques associated with the recovering as well as the restoration process of obliterated figures on metals, short-range determination, crime scene examination and recording device techniques, documentation of examination results, the examination of brand and tattoo marks on animals as well, microscopic individualization of tools and tool marks, physical matching, internal forensic ballistic. He received the following training: the functioning of firearm mechanisms during the firing process, the transfer of marks by the firearm to the cartridges, to the cartridge cases as well as to the fired bullets, the burning rates of propellant powder. External forensic ballistics, he received the following training: the trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the point of impact. Under terminal forensic ballistics, he received the following training: the wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue, that is called wound ballistics, the effect of that bullet has on the target, the effect that the target has on the bullet. He attended the following symposia, conferences and seminars. In 2006, the 37th annual FT, which is the Association of Firearm and Toolmarks Examiners, a training seminar which was held in Springfield, Massachusetts, in the United States of America, which comprised amongst others the following courses: the potential for errors in cartridge case identification, magazine marks and their meaning, also Glock, a course on Glock firearms. In July 2013, he attended the first National Forensic Science Conference, and in February 2014, he attended the second National Forensic Service Conference. He successfully attended the following courses: received training on consecutive matching situations, which was presented by John Murdoch, being a criminalist, Contra Costa Country, USA, and Bruce Moran, a criminalist in Sacramento, United States of America. He also received training on shooting incident reconstruction, which was presented by Michael Maloney of the Forensic Crime Laboratory. He obtained the following tertiary qualification, as stated, a BSc degree. Okay, I didn't mention or address the issue about ringing of cell phones yesterday. Please turn it off or leave the court. I'm not going to repeat that aspect. He also received training, I've said that. He received a BSc degree from the former Vista University Port Elizabeth campus with major fundamental chemistry as well as applied chemistry. The degree which he attained was in 1998. He visited the following firearm and ammunition factories to ascertain the process regarding manufacturing, being Vector, Republic Arms, Pretoria Metal Pressings known as PMP, New Generation Ammunition, Frontier Bullets, Truvelo, Swartklip and Somchem. He also received the following international training. He visited Leica Microsystems Company in Germany apologies, to ascertain the manufacturing processes of microscopes, and there he received the following training: the instrument operations and basic maintenance of Leica comparison microscope, basic problem solving on equipment, verification on calibration status, and LAS software operating and training. Under external ballistic training, he received the following: during July to August 2022, he attended a course presented by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, known as the FBI of the United States of America, which comprised of the following: bullet trajectory reconstruction, techniques in firearm identification, gunpowder and gunshot residue. He successfully completed an external identification proficiency test, which was compiled by Collaborative Testing Services in Sterling in the United States of America. The CTS is test 204, CTS04 to 526, as well as in 2008 CTS 08 to 527. He also attended a course pertaining to animal identification marks, and in that regard he visited the manufacturers as well as Tannery, SA Vet in Pretoria, Taltac in Brits, and Oasis Tannery in Randfontein. Now, I hope the reading of the reports, as I have mentioned, I try to combine with cross-reference, will be quick, but it is a monotonous exercise, however needed to be placed on record in this instance. In his first report, which was marked as report Exhibit E, on the 3rd of August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received an intact seal evidence bag with number PA 60002321818, which was marked inter alia Mdantsane Cas 0608 of 2018. I received it from case administration of the ballistic section. I opened the seal bag and found the following exhibit: 1 times fired cartridge case, which was marked by me as Lab 28227/18 capital A1. Paragraph 3.1. The number Lab 28221018 is their laboratory number, which is uniquely allocated to a specific case the moment it is registered on their system. Paragraph 4 indicates the intention and scope of this forensic examination, and it comprised the following ballistic examination techniques. Paragraph 4, the identification and the examination of a fired cartridge case. Paragraph 5, he examined the cartridge case mentioned in 3.1 and found, as stated in paragraph 5.1, the cartridge case mentioned in paragraph 3.1 is of a .223 Remington caliber, and it was manufactured or designed to be fired by centerfire firearms. Paragraph 5.2, I also found an ejector mark as well as an ejection port mark on the cartridge case mentioned in 3.1, being the .223 cartridge case, which are consistent with the marks produced by either semi-automatic and or full automatic assault rifles. Paragraph 6, the conclusions arrived at were based on the facts that were established by means of examination and the process which required a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. Paragraph 7, after examination, the exhibit mentioned in paragraph 3 was disposed of as follows. Stated in paragraph 7.1, on 6 August 2018, the exhibit mentioned in 3.1 marked as 28220/18A1 was sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 600601582 capital K and filed in case file lab already stated 28227/18. Paragraph 8. During the performance of my official duties, the exhibits mentioned was for the purpose of its examination kept in my custody under lock and key from the 3rd of August until 6 August 2018. The statement was signed 6 August 2018. The court will deal with the additional viva voce evidence presented by the witness. The report marked as Exhibit E brackets 2+3. I will skip the introductory 1, 2 and concentrate and focus on paragraph 3. He further testified that on 12 August 2018, during the performance of his official duties, he received exhibits from Colonel Swartboy of Mdantsane Detective Service, sealed in evidence bags, according to the court count 22 sealed evidence bags from PAR 001486184, etc. All sealed bag numbers were read into the record, and the court does not deem it necessary to repeat those numbers in as far as it relates to the matter before court, being report marked 2+3. Paragraph 3.1. On 13 August 2018, during the performance of his official duties, the witness handed over the exhibits in sealed evidence bags mentioned above, as read out with paragraph 4 of report 2+3, and the exhibit to Warrant Officer Becker of Eastern Cape Provincial Crime Scene Investigation for fingerprint analysis. Paragraph 3.2. On 13 August 2018, he received all the above mentioned exhibits and as listed in paragraph 3 of Exhibit 2+3 from Warrant Officer Becker, and read out the resealed numbers of the respected exhibits, being 13 in total. Paragraph 3.2, all seal numbers read into the record up to 3.2.1 to 3.2.13. Paragraph 3.24, exhibits were not resealed and received back. Paragraph 3.3, on 13 August 2018, he handed the exhibits mentioned to Warrant Officer Leve of FSL EC reception for registration. The exhibits were registered in his presence on FSL admin system and PCEM system, and was received back by the witness from Warrant Officer Leve upon completion of the registration process. Paragraph 4. On 14 August 2018, the witness started with the analysis of the exhibits mentioned in 3.2 and opened the sealed evidence bags as read out into the record, page 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of 9 of the said report. Paragraph 5. On page 7 of the said report, the witness states that on 13 August 2018, he received in the case file Lab 282270-18 an intact sealed evidence bag with number PA 600060158 capital K. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits: 5.11 times .223 Remington caliber fired cartridge, case marked under Lab 282270/18. Paragraph 6. The intention and scope for this forensic examination comprises of the following ballistic techniques: the examination and identification of ammunition, microscopic individualization of fired cartridge cases, firearm mechanism examinations. In paragraph 7, I examined the cartridges mentioned in paragraph 4 and found the cartridges were manufactured or designed to be fired by center fire firearms. Paragraph 8. I examined the cartridge mentioned in 4.13.1 marked 282270/18 C23B and found it consists of a primer cartridge case bullet and propellant. Paragraph 8. I examined and tested the assault rifles mentioned in paragraph 4 and found the assault rifles in paragraph 4 function normally without any obvious defects. 9.2. Ammunition used for test purposes was marked and all the, I will read out, 117 TC1 numbers were read out into the record and fired in the assault rifles mentioned in 4.1.1 up to 4.12.1. Paragraph 10. I examined and tested the mechanisms of the assault rifles mentioned in 4.1.1 up to 4.12.1 and found the assault rifles mentioned to be self-loading but not capable of discharging more than one shot with a single depression of the trigger. I also found that paragraph 10.1 or 10 the devices were manufactured or designed to discharge center fire ammunition. Paragraph 11. I examined the cartridge cases mentioned in 5.1 and 9.2 and compared the individual and class characteristics markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using comparison microscopic or a microscope and found, as per paragraph 11.1, the cartridge case mentioned in 5.1, being the .223 Norinco cartridge, was not fired in the firearms mentioned in 4.1.1 up to 4.12.1. Paragraph 13. After examination, the exhibits and tests mentioned in paragraph 4, 5, and 9 were disposed of as follows, to which the paragraph was read out into the record, including the serial numbers, and were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 60006015680 and filed in case file lab 282270/18. 14. During the performance of my official duties, the exhibits and tests mentioned were for the purpose of their examination kept in my custody under lock and key from 12 August until 24 August. On that aspect, I'll add, it is the evidence placed on record that all firearms were returned, save for one, to Mr. Snyman by 24 August 2018. The statement was signed and dated on 6 September 2018 and consisted of 9 pages. The court will now deal with report marked number 6 with the same lab number as stated, lab 282270/18. On 7 November 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received a request from the Grahamstown DPP to give an opinion regarding serial number which was found on the breech block of the rifle with serial number CN SPA 249-14, which was one of the rifles examined on 29 August 2018. Paragraph 4. The intention and scope of this forensic examination comprises of the following ballistic techniques: firearm mechanism examination. Paragraph 5. During the examination of the above-mentioned rifle serial number SPA 249 was found on the breech block, the number did not correspond with any of the serial numbers of all the rifles that were examined under Lab 28227 dash slash 18 Mdantsane CAS 0608 of 2018. The following serial numbers were found on the breech blocks of the other rifles. The rifle with serial number DSG 120104 had number 0104 on its breech block. The rifle with serial number CN SPA 249-14 had number 2423 on its breech block. The numbers on the breech blocks of the rifles mentioned in 5.1 and 5.2 are consistent with the last 4 digits of the serial number of each rifle, while the number on the breech block of the rifle mentioned in 5.3 does not correspond with the last 4 digits of the serial number of that rifle. Further, the rifles were sealed with serial numbers starting with DSG had barrels that were 100 millimeters longer than the models with serial numbers starting with CNSPA, and the test of the rifles with serial numbers starting with CNSPA had no markings or numbers on the breech blocks except the one mentioned in 253. In paragraph 5.3, the SPA 249-14. Paragraph 6. No videos or video sound recordings were received at the Eastern Cape Ballistic section in this regard, and therefore he cannot give an opinion on that. Further, even if he had received the sound video recording, he would not be able to analyze it because he or they do not have sound analysis equipment and the training thereof. Paragraph 7. The conclusion arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination of and process which require a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. Signed and dated 8 November 2018. Just check something. Sorry. The court will now deal with report marked as number 8. On 5 April 2019, I received an intact seal evidence bag with number PAD 0011862225 marked Mdantsane CAS 0608 2018 from case administration of the ballistic section. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits: the contents of 3.1 to 3.1.2.1 read into the record and serials numbers read into the record. The court does not deem it necessary to repeat the same, as it is not in dispute or a bone of contention in the proceedings before court. The court will, however, deal with the contents of the exhibit, including the subsequent findings by Colonel Mgwadleka. Paragraph 4. The intention and scope of this forensic examination comprises of the following ballistic techniques: interpretation of crime scene albums. Paragraph 6. After examination of the still photos in the CD and photo album mentioned in 3.1.1 to 3.1.2.1 and 3.2, the following conclusions were made. I could not determine the identity of the person and the object he was carrying in this, depicted in the CD or the photos mentioned. No video footage or sound audio analysis was performed on CDs mentioned in 3.1.1 and 3.1.2, and he had explained it was not tested or done as he has not been trained in video footage and audio analysis. Paragraph 7 deals with the means of examination, and paragraph 8 with the manner in which the exhibits were disposed of, and paragraph 9 that it was in safe custody from 5 April 2019 to 8 April 2019. Dated and signed by the witness. Further to the report and the Section 212 Act 51 of 1977 statements, the court will now deal with what was marked Report 9. Apologies. It's well known that I'm having a sore throat, so please bear with me. On 13 December 2019, during the performance of my official duties, I received a request from Eastern Cape DPP to conduct further tests to establish the ejection range and muzzle flash using the firearm with serial number CN SPA 249-14. On 20 January 2020, during the performance of my official duties, I received an intact sealed evidence bag with number PAR 002-70073, marked inter alia Mdantsane case 0608 of 2018 from case administration of the ballistic section. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits. One sealed evidence bag with number PAR 000125266 and containing, as per paragraph 4.1.1, 5.56 times 45 mm caliber Norinco model CQ-A assault rifle with serial number CN SPA 249 without magazine. Paragraph 5. The intention and scope of the forensic examination comprises of the following ballistic techniques: projectile and trajectory examination, including crime scene examination, reconstruction, and scene photography. Paragraph 6. On the 22nd of January 2020, I conducted muzzle flash tests with the assistance of Warrant Officer Becker of Port Elizabeth Provincial DPSI, who was recording the tests using a video camera. Bearing in mind the test pertains to the projectile, the ejection range. The recording was downloaded into 2 CDs which were marked Mdantsane case 0608-2018. The firearm mentioned in 4.1.1 being CN SPA 249-14 was used to perform tests, and the tests were performed at FS-EC indoor shooting range. Paragraph 7. On 24 January 2020, with the assistance of Captain Wolfeer and Captain Mdantsane of FSL Eastern Cape Ballistic Section, I conducted the ejection range tests at an outside shooting range using the firearm mentioned, and the ejection ranges for different tests measured using SPA 249-14. The ranges were also video recorded by Captain Mdantsane. The recordings were downloaded to 2 CDs which were marked Mdantsane case 0608 of 2018. After conducting the ejection range test, I determined that the firearm mentioned ejected fired cartridge cases to an average distance of 2.5 meters to the right and at average distance of 1.2 meters to the back of the shooter. Paragraph 9, the conclusions that were arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and process which require knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. Paragraph 10, after examination, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 4.6 and 7 were disposed of as follows. On 27 January 2020, the exhibit mentioned in 4.1 was sealed in an evidence bag with number PAR 1793185 and handed over to case administration of the ballistic section. On 27 January 2020, the CDs mentioned in paragraph 6 and 7 marked Mdantsane case 0608 of 2018 were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 600-234-1663 and handed over to the investigating officer. On 27 January 2020, the CDs mentioned in paragraph 6 and 7 marked Mdantsane case 0608-2018 was sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 600-234-1769 and filed with case file lab 282270-18. On the same date, 27 January 2020, the tests fired as mentioned in paragraph 6 and 7 were marked as 249 TC 5 to TC 24, which we then later established the TC referring to test cartridge casings, and sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 600-234-1662 and filed with case file lab 282270/18. During paragraph 11, during the performance of my duties, the exhibits and tests mentioned were for the purposes of the examination kept in my custody under lock and key from 20 January until 27 2020, dated and signed on 28 January 2020 by Colonel Ngwadleka. The Section 212, Act 51 of 1977 statement, which is marked on attached, marked, referred to as Report 10, on 8 June 2020, during the performance of my official duties, I received a request from Advocate S. Matthews of Pietermaritzburg to supply them with a statement setting out how I arrived at the conclusion that the fired exhibit cartridge received on 3 August 2018 marked 282270/18 was fired in the firearm with serial number CN SPA 24914. Paragraph 4. The intention and scope of this forensic examination comprised of the following ballistic techniques: microscopic individualization of fired cartridge cases. Paragraph 5. On 23 August 2018, the cartridge case mentioned in paragraph 3 was compared with tests that were fired using the firearms received on 18 August 2018, which the firearm with serial CN SPA 249-14 was amongst them, using a comparison microscope onto which the exhibit cartridge case was placed on the one side and the different tests on the other side, and all the marks were viewed simultaneously. class and individual characteristics were observed, and identification was made in different areas of the neck of both the exhibit cartridge cases, and the tests fired in firearm number CN-SPA 24914 with the exclusion of the tests from other firearms. The results were confirmed by 2 senior analysts. Paragraph 6, the conclusion arrived at were based on the facts established by means of examination and process which require knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics, dated and signed 15 June 2020 by Colonel Ngwadleka. The affidavit by Colonel Ngwadleka just need to find, which states as follows, and in an attempt to expedite all these numbers which I must place on record, I've drafted a comparison and I will place it on record. On 18 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received exhibits from Colonel Swartboy of Mdantsane Detective Service, sealed in the following evidence bag, all marked Mdantsane case 0608 of 2018. Relevant paragraph 3.1. On 19 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I handed over the exhibits in sealed evidence bag mentioned in paragraph 3 to Warrant Officer Becker of Eastern Cape Provincial Crime Scene Investigation for fingerprint examination. Paragraph 3.2. On 19 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received back the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3, resealed as follows. Now, in an attempt to cross-reference, the seal bag starts with the alphabetical letters starting PAR 000238. Therefore, I'm not going to repeat PAR 000, but just the last 3 digits of each exhibit. 253, 254, 261, 262, 256, 252, 260, 259, 256, 263, 257. Now, in order to not deal with the resealed exhibit numbers received from Warrant Officer Becker, all exhibit serial numbers which corresponds will read as PAR 000, and therefore with regards to 253, resealed as PAR 000125-235. Cross-reference 254 pertains to 125237, a $sign, 261, resealed in 125239 with a plus character at the end. 262 cross-reference resealed in 125240 capital X. 256 resealed in 1252427. 252 resealed in 125242. 260 resealed in 125244. 259 resealed in 125245. 256 resealed in 125246 with a $character at 263 resealed in 125247 slash 257 resealed in 125248 plus sign. Okay, now I continue, dealing with the exhibits of Colonel Mgwadleka, which I have stated all start with PAR 000238. It also included then numbers 264, 258, 251. Cross-reference to the resealed evidence bags by Warrant Officer Becker, starting with PAR 000 125. 264 is corresponded to 249 with a percentage character. 258 pertains to serial number 250 capital Y. 251 resealed in 251 capital Z. Above exhibits marked as from 3.2.1 up to 3.2.13. That is the summary of the exhibits and the resealed exhibits. Paragraph 3.214. PAR 000238-251 was resealed in PAR 000125251Z, and all the new evidence bags were marked Mdantsane CAS 0608-2018. Just want to check if the court will proceed to. Okay, in this regard, I must just emphasize that the numbers I've read out is as it is contained in the report numbered 2+3. The report the court will now deal with being number 5. On 20 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received in case file with lab 282270/18 an exhibit bag number PAR 60060-15680. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits: 1.223 Remington caliber fired cartridge case marked 282270/18 capital A1. Also received 18 5.56 times 45 millimeter caliber fired test cartridge cases marked. I will read them out as follows: 117 TC1 to 2, 812 TC1 to TC2, 918 TC1 to TC2, 137 TC1 to TC2, 110 TC1 to TC2, 260 TC1 to TC2, 250 TC1 to TC2, and 197 TC1 to TC2. 6 times .223 Remington caliber fired test cartridges cased marked 251 TC to TC2, 790 TC1 to TC2, and 694 TC1 to TC2. Further 20.223 Remington caliber cartridges marked inter alia lab 282270//18 marked as C14A to C14B, C15A up to C15B, C16A to TC 16B, C17A to C17B, C1A to 18 to C18B, C20 also marked A to B, C21 to C22A, and C23A to C23B. The intentions and scope of this forensic examination comprises of the following ballistic techniques: microscopic individualization of the fired cartridges, firearm mechanism examination. I examined and tested the rifles mentioned in paragraph 4 and found 7.1, the assault rifles and bolt action rifle mentioned in 4.1.4, 14 function normally without any obvious defects. 7.2, ammunition used for test purposes were marked inter alia, and it's required for me to read the amount of cartridges since it became an issue during cross-examination and the total of test cartridges. It was marked as 632, TC122, 248, 122, 617, 122, 11, 122, 421, 122, 189, 122, 703, 122, 605, 122, 171, 642, and 237, 245, and 249 are all followed by TC1 to TC2. However, TC245 and TC248 was marked as test cartridge 1 to test cartridge 4 on the cartridge cases and was fired in the rifles mentioned in paragraph 4. Therefore, I highlight that the last two tests fired consisted of 4 test cartridges, that being 245, and 248 consisted of test cartridges. Paragraph 8, I examined and tested the mechanisms of the assault rifles mentioned in 4.1.1 to and including up to 4.14.1 and found them to be self-loading but not capable of discharging more than one shot with a single depression of the trigger. I also found that the devices were manufactured or designed to discharge centerfire ammunition. Paragraph 9, I examined and tested the mechanism of the bolt action rifle mentioned in 4.11.1 and found the device was manufactured or designed to discharge centerfire ammunition. Paragraph 10, I examined the fired cartridge cases mentioned in 4.1 and 7.2 and compared the individual and class characteristics, markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope, and found the cartridge case mentioned in 5.1 marked under lab 282270/18 capital A1 was fired in the firearm mentioned in 4.14.1, that being CNSPA 249-14. Paragraph 11, the conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and process which require knowledge, skill in forensic ballistics. Now, after paragraph 12, after examination, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 4 and 7 were disposed of as follows. On 24 August 2018, the exhibits mentioned in 4.1.1 okay, it will read as follows to save time. 4.1.1, 4, 5, 7, and 10 was sealed in an evidence bag with number PAB 00278841 and further handed over to Sergeant Mkatali of Mdantsane Detective Service. On 24 August 2018, the exhibits mentioned in 4.6.1, including 4.8.1, 4.9.1, and 4.11.1 were sealed in an exhibit bag with reference PAB 00278840 and also handed over to Sergeant Mkatali at Mdantsane Detective Service. On 24 August 2018, the exhibits mentioned in 4.2.1, 4.3.1, and 4.12.1, and 4.13.1, and 4.14.1 were sealed in an evidence bag with serial number PAB 00278842 and kept at FSL Eastern Cape Ballistics unit under lock and key for further analysis. On 24 August 2018, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 5.1 up to 5.4 and 7.2 marked as per paragraph 5.1 to 5.2 and photographed as per 7.2 was sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 60006015680 and filed with lab 282270/18. Paragraph 13. During the performance of my official duties, the exhibits and tests mentioned were for the purpose of the examination kept in my custody under lock and key from 18 August until 24 August 2018. Statement signed 6 September 2018. To cross-reference something that I may have missed. Just a second. Proceeding to the next report, dated 27 August 2018. During the performance of my official duties, I received exhibits from Sergeant Mkatali of Mdantsane Detective Services, sealed in the following evidence bags, all marked Mdantsane CAS 0608 of 2018. Again, the court has prepared a cross-reference as to not repeat the same evidence. All the exhibits that I will read out now is marked as PAR 000, being 040048 $150059, 150052 150057, 150055Z, 150047 dash 150056-150054Y, 150053X, 150045Y, 150049, 150051V, and 150050U. Now these numbers is read with the portion as seal bags PAR 000. I've cross-referenced the sealed exhibit bags received from Warrant Officer Becker as far as it pertains to each marking. Therefore, I will just read the 048. The markings by Warrant Officer Becker will read in all instances as PAR 0001, and then I will continue to read the cross-reference number. Therefore, 48 was resealed under PAR 001252-59 under 125253 52W, resealed in 125254, 057 resealed in 125255 dollar character, 55Z resealed 125256 slash, 047 dash resealed 125257 plus character, 056 dash resealed 125258 percentage character, 054Y resealed 125260Z, then 053X resealed 125261 dash, 45Y resealed 125262, and 049 resealed 125263, 051V resealed 125264 with the $ character, 050U resealed 125265 slash, and that is the cross-reference regarding the receipt of sealed bags and the receipt of the resealed bags. On 28 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, this is pertaining to paragraph 3.1, I handed over the exhibits in sealed evidence bags mentioned in paragraph 3, placed on record by court, to Warrant Officer Becker of Eastern Cape Provincial Crime Scene Investigation for fingerprint examination. Thereafter, on 28 August, during the performance of my official duties, I received back the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3 from Warrant Officer Becker, resealed as follows. I have already stated each exhibit and the resealed number I have read out as sealed by Warrant Officer Becker. Paragraph 3.3, on 28 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I handed over the new sealed evidence bag mentioned in 3.2 to SAC N. Sterling, that should be Sergeant N. Sterling of FSL, Eastern Cape Case Reception for FSL Admin and PCEM registration. All the exhibits were registered in my presence, and upon completion of the registration, I received them back. Paragraph 4, 29 August, during the performance of my official duties, I opened the new sealed evidence bags mentioned in paragraphs 3.2 and found exhibits as follows. 1 times M14 assault rifle, 1 M14 assault rifle, 1 M14 assault rifle, 1 M14 assault rifle, also 1 M14 assault rifle, and with regards to 4.6, 1 SAR M14 assault rifle, and 4.71 SAR M14 assault rifle. 4.8 received 1 M14 assault rifle. That is for the completeness of the record only. He further received in paragraph 4.9 a further M14 assault rifle, 4.10 1 M14 assault rifle, 4.11 and 4.11.1 sealed M14 assault rifle, 4.2 and 4.12 1 M14 assault rifle, 4.13 and 4.13 1 5.56 times 45 millimeter caliber Norinco model CQA assault rifle DSG 120104. Paragraph 14 and 14.1.1, he received 5.56 times 45 millimeter caliber Norinco CQA assault rifle DSG 120136. Paragraph 5, on 28th August, during the performance of his official duties, he examined the exhibit sealed in an intact sealed evidence bag with number PAB 000278842. He opened the bag and found the following exhibits. Paragraph 5.1, 5.56 times 45 millimeter caliber Norinco model CQA assault rifle with serial number CN SPA 24814 without a magazine. He also received in 5.2 same model marked CN SPA 24714, and in 5.3 he received 1.56 times 45 millimeter caliber Norinco model CQ assault rifle serial number CN SPA 24914 and without a magazine. 5.4 received 5.56 times 45 millimeter assault rifle, also depicting or referring to CN SPA 24514, and in 5.5 the assault rifle SPA 23714 was received. In paragraph 6, on 29 August 2018, during the performance of his official duties, he received in the case file with lab 282270/18 an intact sealed evidence bag with number PA 60006015680. He opened the bag and found the following: 6.1 1.223 Remington caliber fired cartridge case marked under case file number 282270/18 capital A1. You also received 20.223 Remington caliber cartridges, also marked in the same lab number 282270-18, and also see C14A to C14B, including C23A to C23B. 6.3 received 39 5.56 times 45 millimeter caliber fired test cartridge cases marked, and you'll have to bear with me as it became relevant during the cross-examination of this witness, and I've tried to separate the amount of TCs as follows: 117 TC1 to 2, and then followed by 812, 918, 137, 110, 260, 614, 250, 197, 632, 617, and 247, and 101, and 421, and 189. Those all reflected the number TC1 to TC2. It also includes, if I did not mention it, 171 and 642. Then marked as, and they differentiate between TC 245 and 249, which was marked TC1 to TC4 respectively, which accounted for 4 test cartridge or test cartridges. Someone is requesting the court book because I have other matters on the roll as well. So here is the court entry. Sorry for that. Let me just pick up where I left off now. Okay. 6.4, he received 19.223 Remington caliber fired test cartridge cases marked 251 TC1 to TC2, 790, 694, 237, all marked as TC1 to TC2. In this instance, the difference is mentioned in with regards to 247, which is marked as TC1 up to TC3. 248 also includes TC1 to TC2, and 249 TC1 to TC3 respectively. Paragraph 7, the intention and scope of this forensic examination comprised of following ballistic techniques. 7.1, firearm mechanism examination. Paragraph 8, I examined and tested the assault rifles mentioned in 4.1, 4.2.1, 4.3.1, up to and including 4.13.1, including 4.14.1, and found the assault rifles mentioned in all the above mentioned exhibits function normally without any obvious defects. 8.2, ammunition used for test purposes was marked as 186 TC1 to TC2. I am rereading because these numbers were not part of the TC markings already placed on record. I'll just double check. Yes, indeed. Therefore, on examination and tested the assault rifles mentioned in 4.1.1, 4.2.1, 4.3.1, 4.4.1, 4.5.1, 4.6.1, 4.7.1, 4.8.1, 4.9.1, 4.10.1, 411.1, 412.1, 4.13, and 4.14.1, and found the assault rifles mentioned in all the above mentioned exhibits functioned normally without obvious defects. Ammunition used for test purposes was marked as stated as far as it pertains and already placed on record TC 1 to 2, and it was fired in the assault rifles mentioned in 4.1.1 to 4.14.1. Paragraph 9. I examined and tested the mechanisms of the assault rifles mentioned in 4.1.1 to 4.14.1 and found them to be self-loading but not capable of discharging more than one shot with a single depression of the trigger. I also found that the devices were manufactured or designed to discharge centerfire ammunition. I examined paragraph 10, the rifles mentioned and placed on record, but specifically 4.13.1 and 14.14.1 was examined, and as mentioned in 5.1 and 5.5, and found 10.1, the breech block of the rifle mentioned in 4.13.1 had serial number 0104 punched on it. The breech block of rifle mentioned in 14.14.1 had serial number 0136 punched on it. The breech block of rifle mentioned in 5.3 had serial number 2423 punched on it. 10.4 serial numbers were found on breech blocks of the rifles mentioned in 4.1 and 5.2, 5.4 and 5.5. Paragraph 11. The conclusion arrived at were based on facts and established by means of an examination and process which require knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. Paragraph 12. After examination, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 4, 5, 6 and 8 were disposed of as follows. On 30 August 2018, the exhibits already mentioned were sealed in an exhibit bag with number PAB 00027870 and are handed over to Sergeant Mkatali of Mdantsane Detective Services. 12.9. On the same date, the exhibits in 4.3.1, 4.4.1, 4.5.1, and 4.8.1, 4.9.1 were sealed in an exhibit bag being PAB 00027871. So you'll notice that the first batch read out ends with 790, the second batch read out ends with 791. The said and handed to the said member. Okay. On the same date, exhibits mentioned in 4.6.1, 4.11.1, 4.13.1, and 4.14.1 were sealed in exhibit bag PAB 0002787089 and handed to the above mentioned member. Therefore, I again draw your attention to the last three digits being 789 for the batch, 790 for the second batch, and 791 for the third batch as mentioned. 12.4, on the same date, exhibits mentioned in 5.1, 5.2, 5.4 and 5.5 were sealed in exhibit bag number PAB 0002788787 and handed the same to Sergeant Mkatali. 12.5, on the same date, the exhibits mentioned in 5.3 was sealed in an exhibit bag, evidence bag with number PAR 0001252666 with a plus sign and handed over to the said member. On the 4th of September 2018, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 6.1 to 6.4 and 8.2 inter alia, now known as marked as lab 282270/18A1, including C14A to C14B up to C23A and 23B, and the following marked at, to see what I can eliminate. I will, in an attempt to expedite all the TC1 to TC2 test cartridges as listed and placed on record and dispatched in these evidence sealed bag with serial numbers already placed on record were sealed in an evidence bag. Well, to be clear, TC1 to 2, which has all been placed on record, I'm afraid, was sealed with number PA 5000905-184 and filed in case file with lab 28227 0/18. During the performance of my official duties, the exhibits and tests mentioned were for the purpose of the examination kept in my custody under lock and key from 27 August up until 4 September. On the same date, exhibits in 5.1, 5.2, 5.4 and 5.5 were sealed in evidence bag with number PAB 0002788787 and handed to the same member. On the same date, the exhibits mentioned in 5.3 were sealed in an evidence bag with number PAR 00125266 plus sign and handed to the said member. On the 4th of September 2018, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 6.1 to 6.4 and 8.2 marked lab 282270/18A1 were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 5000905-184 and filed with case file with lab 28227-018. Paragraph 13. During the performance of my official duties, the exhibits and tests mentioned for the purpose of the examination was kept in my custody under lock and key from 27 August to the 4th of September. Just a minute. I think before I deal with the contents of what we know as Exhibit E, I will now deal with the court charts prepared by Colonel Mgwadleka, which was marked as Exhibit F and consisted of 7 court charts, stating he's from the Ballistic section, Forensic Science Laboratory section, Station Mdantsane, CAS 0608-2018. The type of mark photographed was neck marks under Lab 282270/18. Exhibit C exhibit being case lab 282270/18A1 depicts the test marked, I quote, 249 TC3 and fired in 5.56 times 45 millimeter caliber Norinco CQ, a number CN SPA 24914. Exhibit 18.1, the test marked, I quote, 249 TC3, fired in 5.56 times 45 millimeter Norinco caliber QNA CN SPA 24914. Also in the said lab number marked A1, test cartridge 249 TC3 was fired in 5.56 times 44 millimeter, fired in the said firearm being CQ1 CN SPA 24914. Also test cartridge 249 TC3 fired in the said Norinco firearm number CN SPA 24914. Test 249 TC3 fired in the said firearm SPA 24914, and the test cartridge 249 TC3 fired in the said firearm CN SPA 24914. All of the court charts read the same and depicts a colored photo reflecting the dividing line on the microscope. It was marked as Exhibit F and being A134 in the docket. Just for convenience, I've read out the court charts which were prepared. So when I deal with the evidence in chief and cross-examination, the court charts for comparison purposes, stating that test cartridge 249 TC3 was used for comparison. It will ease proceedings, I trust. Okay, at this point, I will deal with the evidence in chief by Colonel Mgwadleka, based on the reports and court charts already placed on record to avoid repetition of the same. The witness testified that in the same report, paragraph 4.14, he received a sealed evidence bag with number PAR 000125242Z and found one 5.56 times 45 mm caliber Norinco model C1-A assault rifle with serial number CN SPA 24914 and without a magazine. He also found one opened evidence bag with number PAR 000238256. The witness explained that on the 20th of August 2018, he received in the case file, which will now be referred to as Lab 282270/18, an evidence bag with number PA 600-600-601-5680, as has been mentioned in paragraph 5. On opening the bag and found as per paragraph 5.5, he found 1.223 Remington caliber fired cartridge case marked under case file 282270/18 capital A1. The very first cartridge case that he received in respect relating to this matter. He received 18 cartridge cases marked 117 TC1 to 2, 812 TC1 to TC2, being 5.56 times 45 mm caliber cartridges. He explained that these tests are the tests that he fired in the whole batch, the very first batch of firearms he received. At this point again, the defense had requested that the witness may move forward and that all the reports may be submitted to court and that reference be made to the relevant reports in this matter. On being asked questions pertaining to the spent cartridge, the witness testified that the intention and the scope of the forensic examination comprised of ballistic techniques being microscopic individualization of fired cartridge cases and firearm mechanism examination. As already on record, he confirmed that he had fired test shots, which is abbreviated to being referred to as TC, in respect of all the firearms that he had received and marked, which was read into the record. or placed on record during the report. The reason for doing so was to examine and establish that the firearm is in complete working order and therefore the operability of the firearm is checked. He testified as stated that he explained and tested the mechanisms of the assault rifles mentioned in paragraph 4.1.1 up to 14.14.1 and found them all to be self-loading but not capable of discharging more than one shot with a single depression of the trigger. He examined and tested the mechanism of the bolt-action rifle mentioned in 14.11.1 and found that the device was manufactured or designed to discharge center fire ammunition. He continued and testified that he examined the cartridge cases mentioned in 5.1 and 7.2, therefore 5.1 being the .223 Remington caliber fired cartridge and 7.2 being the test mentioned, as well as against the exhibit which was mentioned in 5.1, and compared the individual and class characteristic markings that were transferred to that particular cartridge case by firearm components during the firing process, and he used a comparison microscope and found the fired cartridge case mentioned in paragraph 5.1, the .223 Remington fired cartridge case, marked 282270/18 capital A1, was fired in the firearm mentioned in paragraph 4.14.1, being the CN-SPA 249-14. The manner he used to come to the above conclusion was by means of an examination process as already placed on record. Thereafter, the exhibit firearms were sealed in different seal bags as batches and handed over to Sergeant Mkatali from Mdantsane Police Services. All of the exhibits, including the seal bag numbers, was placed on record by court and read out into the record. It was handed over on 24 August 2018, all the rifles. All the exhibits mentioned in 5.1 to 5.4, as well as all the tests mentioned in 7.2, were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 60006015680, and they were filed by him in his case file, which we all know to be Lab 282270/18A1. In essence, that was the end of the report as far as it relates to the cartridge case relevant to this matter. Thereafter, the witness was requested to deal with the statements or affidavits marked at A6, and in that regard he testified that the said report deals with the request received on 7 November 2018 from DPP Grahamstown to provide an opinion regarding the serial number which was found on the breech block of the rifle with serial number CN-SPA 249-14, which was one of the rifles that he examined on 29 August 2018. The following ballistic techniques were followed or utilized, being firearm mechanism examination. During the examination of the above-mentioned rifle serial number, I emphasize, during the examination of the above-mentioned rifle, serial number 2423 was found on the breech block of the said firearm. The number did not correspond with any of the serial numbers of all the rifles that were examined under Lab 282270-18, Mdantsane CAS 0608 of 18, The following serial numbers were also found on the breech blocks of the other rifles, being DSG, number on breech block 0104, DSG, no need to repeat serial number, safe to say ending 136, depicted 0136. I should possibly highlight that DSG 120104, the number on the breech block reflected 0104. CN-SPA 249-14 had the number 2423 on its breech block. The numbers on the breech block of the rifles mentioned in 5.1 and 5.2 are consistent with the last 4 digits of the serial number of each rifle, while the number on the breech block of the rifle mentioned in 5.3, that is the SPA 249, does not correspond with the last 4 digits. Further, that all the rifles with serial numbers starting with DSG had barrels that were, as stated, 100 millimeters longer than the models with serial numbers starting with C and SPA. And the rest of the rifles with serial numbers starting with C and SPA had no markings or numbers on the breech blocks, except for the one mentioned in paragraph 5.3, being the SPA 249-14. It should be mentioned at that point of time, no photos or video recordings were received at their offices, and therefore he cannot give an opinion on that. He continued to testify and explain and say, even if he received the sound or video recording, he would not be able to analyze it because they do not have such an equipment and he has not been trained to conduct such analysis. The conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of examination in the process which require a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. The witness explained that a breech block is one of the parts of the firearm that will carry the breech face as well as the firing pin of that particular firearm. It's a supporting structure of that particular cartridge when it is fed into the chamber. He explained more clearly with regards to the last sentence. It is a supporting structure of a cartridge inside the chamber, and it also houses the firing pin of the firearm. The witness confirmed or continued to explain, stating that when a firearm is cocked, the breech block, as you pull it back on its way to forward, once you release it, because it's got a retention spring, therefore on its way forward, it will trip a cartridge from the magazine and feed it into the chamber of the firearm and then support the back of that firearm. Colonel Mgwadleka further explained that the breech block, as tested, also houses the firing pin, and when a trigger is pulled, it will release the hammer, and if the firearm has a hammer. But if it's a striker system, then it will just release the retention spring that is holding the firing pin in the back. Now, with regards to the hammer, once the hammer falls onto the firing pin in turn will hit the primer of the cartridge. The priming compound in the primer explodes and ignites the propellant inside that cartridge. The propellant is burnt and transformed into gas at extreme high pressure and high temperature. Therefore, with regards to the gas inside the cartridge, needs to escape, and the breech face of this breech block supports the back of the cartridge, and the sides of the chamber supports the sides of the chamber. differently said. And the sides of the chamber support the sides of the cartridge, meaning the chamber itself supports the sides of the cartridge. Furthermore, as indicated, the gas needs to escape in all directions. Therefore, the cartridge case will be slammed against the bridge block, and it will also expand a little bit into the chamber, and thus marking the mark from these particular areas. In this instance, even the firing pin, when it had hit the cartridge, the primer of the cartridge, it also left its own mark on that said cartridge. The only thing that is not supported, it's a bullet, since it is just fitted and tightly so that the gas pushes the bullet down the barrel, and in essence that explains the firing process. I'm not sure about you, but it's 11:10. Please, I need to have something for my throat. What time is acceptable? After this, after the formalities, I won't require a full day to put it in that way. I'll deal with the defense case, heads of argument, findings, law, reasoning, which can never exceed this file. So it's 11:10. When shall I come back? 11:25. Suitable. The camera media is also suitable. I was told yesterday, I didn't ask you if it suits you. Is it suiting you? Suiting you? Thank you. Sure. It also suits you, Advocate Matthews, so that you don't feel excluded in this process. The court will adjourn until 11:25. millimeters. It is designed to be discharged in a cartridge cases will be ejected. He testifies that a firearm is empty, then made safe, and the rifle must be pointed away. This pertains to report 9, and based on the shooting test, it was determined that the firearm ejects to an approximate average distance of 2.5 meters to your right and 1.2 meters to your left, therefore more or less towards your back, and it is an average. The witness stated that in this exercise he used the exact firearm that he received and the same firearm that had discharged the fired cartridge case that he had received. He further explains that he is holding the firearm facing up into the air since his instruction was to fire into the air, explaining that that is the reason why they had made use of a back or a stopper, as it is dangerous to shoot in this manner, and it is to ensure that those bullets do not go anywhere. This is done firstly in a safe indoor environment, and the outside environment was made safe by using a carport as a backstopper. He is specific to state that had they not managed to find a backstopper, you would not have fired the shots into the air and would not have done the test at all. He explained that the firearm has a little bit of an extension and retraction. It is not much, unlike some R5 rifles where you can just fold it completely back, meaning the butt thereof. The second video clip was viewed at this point. The audio time recorded and heard, emphasis on audio, in the voice of Warrant Officer Becker, stated that the video recording started at 10:36 a.m. and the audio, it is noted that I am here in the basement of the Forensic Science Laboratory, Ballistic section in North End, Port Elizabeth. I am making the recording on a Sony Handycam at a distance of 2.3 meters from the shooter. Then he says, "Thank you, Colonel," handing to him. Colonel Mugwadleka then places on audio record, "I am Lieutenant Colonel Mugwadleka from the Ballistic section. We are doing tests with the purpose of recording the muzzle flash. I will be shooting in the backdropper here where it is, which is safe place that we use in our shooting range. And he states that he is using a Norinco model firearm with serial number CNSPA 24914. Becker then replied, according to the audio clip, "Thank you, may we switch off the light?" Colonel Mgwadleka informed everyone yes, and since they do not receive a magazine with firearms, I will now load the firearm manually, and a shooting sound is audible. He then testified or stated on the audio recording, "Now I am making the firearm safe, including the cock open, check the firearm is safe," and depicts the witness pointing to the backstopper, and pull the trigger and the range is safe. Warrant Officer Becker then stated the time of the conclusion of the footage to be 10:39. This video was the one where he was requested to shoot the specific firearm in a controlled, safe environment with the purpose of recording the muzzle flash of that firearm. And I emphasize the request was not to analyze the muzzle flash, but merely to record the muzzle flash. At this point of the proceedings, the firearm being CNSPA 24914 was brought into court in a sealed evidence bag, which was cleared by SAPS present at court and brought into court by Captain Swart, where it was kept at Mdantsane police station in the SAP 13 store. The evidence bag number being PAR 00001793185. The seal bag is marked Mdantsane case 0608-2018 Lab 282270/18. The witness testified that he can see the firearm brought into court with the above exhibit and serial numbers is indeed a semi-automatic rifle bearing serial number CNSPA 24914. He is also confident that it is the firearm that matched the cartridge case in question and as per his evidence on record. Sorry, at some instances I printed 2 pages of the same page, so I just need to make sure indeed. We will now start by the cross-examination by Advocate Houders on behalf of accused 1. The questioning started with the statement made to the witness that he had deposed of 10 statements pertaining to this matter, and after lengthy questioning and discussions, it was agreed that he had in fact not deposed of 10 statements, and that statement 7 in fact does not exist, which followed by a comprehensive explanation that the witness deposed of 8 statements, and therefore report 2 and 3 was dealt with in one document. It was put to the witness that he will be shown, and the court as well, that indeed it was 10. The witness explained that the statement where he was asked not to testify about in evidence in chief being Lab 282270/18, meaning that what was marked as lab number quoted 2 plus 3 were combined and there was no number 7. The witness was referred to his first statement dated 3 August 2018, signed by him on the date already placed on record, and it was confirmed by the witness. The next statement was number 2 and 3, and as he had told the court, which was also confirmed by the witness, the start date being 13th August, paragraph at page 9 of the statement signed 6 August 2018, which the witness confirmed was correct. The next statement being lab number as stated 282270/18, mark number 4, but in fact being the third statement covering the period from 18 August to 24 August, being an 8-page statement with reference to paragraph 3 dated on 18 August 2018. The contents was then read out as placed on record, and the next statement pertaining to lab 28227/18 marked 5 and consists of 9 pages signed on 6 September 2018, which the witness confirmed as correct as well. The next statement pertains to the same lab number, marked as number 6, containing 5 pages and deals with 7 November 2018, which the witness confirmed. It was then put to the witness that the next statement does not have a number at the top right-hand corner and consists of 5 pages and deals with the date 7 November 2018, being the same date as the previous one. The witness testified that no, it is the same statement as handed before, being number 6, to which the defense then conceded that indeed there were 2 number 6 and that the 6 was handwritten on the report. It was then placed on record by the defense that indeed it is then correct and agreed that there is no lab number or report number 7. The next statement being lab number marked report number 8, covering the period 5 to 8 April 2019, with reference to paragraph 3 signed by the witness and the oath taken on the 8th of April, to which the witness replied was correct. The next statement being the same lab number but numbered 9 in brackets, covering the period 13 December 2019 and stated in paragraph 3 and on the 20th of January 2020 in paragraph 4, on taking the oath and signing the statement on 28 January 2020, which the witness confirmed. The last statement being marked as the said lab number marked as number 10 in brackets, being a 4-page statement and deals with content stated in paragraph 3 and signed 15 June 2020, which the witness confirmed as correct. It was put to the witness that to place matters into context, it means we now have the statements and the court charts and all viewed 2 videos. It was stated to the witness that he is the chief forensic analyst in this forensic laboratory Eastern Cape at the ballistic section, which the witness also confirmed as correct. The witness confirmed that being the highest ranking official or the lowest ranking official, the chain of custody must be observed and the protocol followed, which the witness also confirmed as correct. And that all have to abide by the standard order of the protocol, and despite being the chief forensic analyst, he is still bound by protocol. The witness also confirmed in order to keep the chain of custody intact, they made use of sealed forensic laboratory bags to store exhibits. He further confirms in order to keep the chain of custody intact, once an exhibit is received, it's put into an exhibit bag and then the chain of custody retains the old exhibit bag reference. Even the bags all the way through to the bag that it's brought to court. Meaning, to keep the chain of custody intact, there must be a record of the old and new bags when access is had to exhibits, which the witness confirmed as correct, and further that the old bag is stored in the new bag with the item, however states that that is the standard procedure used by the detectives and LCRC. It was put to the witness that as a result of the media, he knew the matter before court is a high-profile matter and allocated to him as a result of his rank that he held as the chief forensic analyst. The witness did not agree with the statement, saying not necessarily, it was allocated to him, and when the case first arrives at the laboratory, he was completely unaware what the case entailed. He was only informed that there is a member from LCRC who is bringing an urgent exhibit to be examined, and the task was to either find an analyst who would do this, but unfortunately for the member who brought the exhibit was late. Therefore, it became the duty to stay behind, of the witness to stay behind, to accept the exhibit and to do the examination, and that is how he became involved. And it is their standard practice that once you become involved in the examination of a particular case, all the entries that come thereafter must be examined. It must preferably be done by the same person who started it and must continue with it. It was put to the witness that one Miss Makoma found the cartridge on Monday, the 30th of July 2018, which was sealed into the first bag, being PA 6001796-106. It was then given to Warrant Officer Becker, who placed it into sealed exhibit bag PA 60002321818, which the witness also confirmed as correct, confirming that he received it in that particular bag, PA 60002321818, on 3 August 2018. It was then put to the witness that he then examined the exhibit and thereafter placed it in a different bag on 6 August 2018, being PA 600601582K, as stated in paragraph 1. The witness was asked if he then retained the old exhibit bag, and he explained that no, as it is their standard practice to retain the old bag in their docket, the one that the exhibit came in. They do not put it in the new bag, since the new bag may go back to the investigating officer, and now in such instances they would lose that bag. So they retain it in their docket, and confirm that it is indeed in his docket. He confirms that once he places it in a new bag, it is sealed, and the seal being an unbreakable seal. However, the witness states that it is perceived by the manufacturer as unbreakable seal, since he had never tested whether it can be breached without being noticed. He confirmed that the purpose of the seal is to ensure that no person may tamper with the exhibits in the forensic bag. The witness was then referred to paragraph 7.1 of the report dated 6 August 2018, and the exhibits mentioned in 3.1 under lab number placed on record and sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 600601582K, which the witness also confirmed to be a correct statement. The witness was then directed to lab 282270-18 dated 13 August 2018, paragraph 3.3, which states that on 13 August 2018 he had handed over the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3.2 to Warrant Officer Becker of FSL Eastern Cape Case Reception for registration. The exhibits were registered in my he explained that the exhibits were registered in his presence on FSL admin system and received them back upon to the witnesses that in paragraph 3 states all the different evidence bags that were used for the rifle. Yes, for the rifles, full stop. The witness explained that the rifles he received was sealed in evidence bags and received from Colonel Swartboy, whereafter he made an arrangement with Warrant Officer Becker, who came to his office and he handed the exhibit to Warrant Officer Becker, the seal bag to Warrant Officer Becker for fingerprinting purposes, and then he is the one who resealed them on the matter, on the other, particular bags. I have in the was sealed and what was not sealed, and then which the witness confirms as it is standard procedure practiced by the detective unit in LCRC section to put the open bag inside the new bag when they reseal. After conducting the fingerprint examination, he places the bag that he opened inside the new seal bag, hence he also mentioned them. The court also placed it on record. The defense referred the witness to statement with lab 28227018, seal evidence bag intact with number PA 600060158 He opened the bag and found the following exhibits. All of these exhibits have been placed in sequence and per serial number during the introduction of the ballistic reports. The witness was again referred to his statement marked lab 28227018 in brackets 2 and 3, specifically paragraph stating on 13 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received in the case file with lab 282270/18 an intact seal evidence bag with number PA 600601582K. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits: 1.223 Remington caliber fired cartridge, case marked 282270/18. Therefore, it was put to the witness that he recorded the number of the bag that he had received. The witness disagreed with the statement, and ultimately the defense and the witness agreed that the particular bag, as stated in the first statement, after examination of that cartridge case, was sealed in the particular bag which he filed in his case file, being PA 600615882K, which the defense and the witness agrees that it ties in with the previous statement, and it is therefore still intact as the witness had sealed it and the numbers recorded all correspond. All correspond. Just trying to find the place where I stopped. Okay. Advocate Holders asked the witness that one aspect which does not make sense and he requires clarity on it, is that the witness opened the bag as per his statement and resealed it. The witness explained that indeed, and when reference is made to paragraph 13.4 on the 24th of August 2018, the exhibits and tests mentioned in paragraph 5.1 and 9.2 were marked, and that the cartridge case also appears there. These reference numbers, etc., were already placed on record by court, reflecting the cross seal numbers. The witness confirmed the statement made by the defense that as per paragraph 13.4, the cartridge and 32 other items which was sealed in evidence bag PA 60006015680, being 45 in total, meaning the said cartridge in question was sealed with 44 other cartridges. The witness was referred to the following statement marked as per A50 in the docket, where it was read that he stated that on 20 August 2018, during the performance of his official duties, he received in case file with lab 282270-18 an evidence bag with PA 60006015680. The defense placed it before the witness that it was not possible, as he sealed the bag on the 24th and yet received it on the 20th. The witness explained clearly that the paragraph reads, "I received an evidence bag," not sealed evidence bag. And you should note that the word sealed evidence bag is not contained in the report by the witness. Merely, "I received an evidence bag." Since he was still busy working on the case file and further exhibits arrived, therefore he received the evidence bag PA 6006158K on 13 August 2018, according to the defense, meant that the dates do not accord or correspond. The witness stated clearly, he states on the statement marked 4 on the 20th of August 2018, "I received the exhibit bag," meaning on the 24th, on the 20th of August, he received an exhibit bag. Therefore, meaning on the 24th of August, he sealed the exhibit bag, now known to be PA 600610560. The questions then pertain to the amount of items sealed in the bag, as stated being 45. It resulted in a lengthy cross-examination process, which in essence can be summarized as follows. The cartridge in question and 44 other items as reflected in the paragraphs, and after much debate and questions, the bone of contention raised is that it amounts to 59 items, and when counted, it is in fact 79. This was explained and clarified by the witness, that it clearly indicates in his statement that on certain instances more than 2 TC1 to TC2 cartridges were fired, and therefore it was a miscalculation when the debate regarding the counting of it was taking place in court. The witness continued to testify and explain there are firearms that he had to fire more than one shot for test purposes, and it is reflected in his statements. Reference is made to paragraph pertaining to the TC evidence that 247 TC 247 depicts 4 shots, 245 4 shots, 249, 4 shots were fired. This continued, and the witness was told by Advocate Ouders that it does not appear in the report, which he stated it does. It is reflected, and the total exhibits in PA 6006 105 680 contained 79 items. It was the defense put to the witness that it does not tie in with the previous statement, and that he knows that. The witness repeated it does tie up and is correctly reflected and counted per the previous statement. To this, reference is made to the various TC1, TC1 to 4, etc. as read out by the court prior and fully into record. It needs no further discussion. Questions was then after directed with regard to the report dated 13 December 2020. The witness received a request to establish the ejection range and muzzle flash using the firearm serial number CN SPA 24914. In paragraph 3 of the said statement or report, which the witness confirmed to be correct. In essence, the bone of contention raised by Advocate Ouders is that the two videos that was viewed in court does not depict the date of the tests, being the date the tests were conducted, and which the witness confirms the actual video does not reflect the date. However, the date is written and recorded on his statement. Having said this, keep in mind the voice report by Warrant Officer Becker announcing the times of each clip, the start and end thereof, and the actual date is recorded. It was also not pursued whether the equipment used is able to display the data or the date in the manner the defense required. It was then put to the witness on the videos no time is given. The court feels obliged to state the very obvious at this point, being the time was on the audio of the video viewed in court. And as per the report drafted in that regard and the contents placed on record, therefore the court will not dwell any further on this aspect. The witness confirmed that the actual video itself does not depict the date. The times are announced during the test, meaning the date is not visible on the footage itself, and the witness replied by saying that it is not depicted. However, the audio is clear and the time is announced by him as heard in court. It was further put to the witness that tests of this nature must be conducted on a ground surface that is marked out, and the witness confirmed the area was marked out and that he pointed out on the video where he is standing. Further questions followed. However, it should be noted that the measurements were recorded in paragraph mentioned in this statement, measurements being an average distance of 2,5 meters to the right and the average of 1,2 meters to the back of the shooter. Issue was then taken regarding the fact that photos were not provided of the video that was viewed. Further, that it is not possible to make a scientific finding without showing how the conclusion was arrived at. The witness explained he does have CDs with him in court wherein all is visible. Even the tape measure that was used is depicted in the CD. The defense put it to the witness that it is the trend of the witness to arrive at conclusions in all his reports without explaining how the conclusion was made, and the witness disagreed with the statement made to him. It was further pursued to the extent that it was placed before the witness that the reports do not indicate how conclusions were arrived at. The witness explained that it is not possible to record all in a report. However, his case file or working sheets in his case file docket with regards to every examination was documented. The defense stated that they intend to apply to have insight in the working case file docket of the witness. However, at that point, questioning continued, and it was queried as to why the various test shots that were fired were not all videoized. The witness explained they do not video record all examinations on every exhibit received. They do so upon a request received. Paragraph 10 of the report was read out by Advocate Holders, stating that I examined the fire cartridge cases mentioned in 5.1 and 7.2 and compared the individual and class characteristic markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope, and found the cartridge case in 5.1 was fired in the firearm mentioned in 4.14.1, referring then for record clarity by court CN SPA 249. The question based on the content read out was, in fact, that the report does not explain what tests were conducted to come to that conclusion. The witness replied that if the paragraph is read correctly, it reflects he examined the cartridge and compared the individual class characteristics as well as individual markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process, and he used a comparison microscope to do so, and by using the said microscope found the marks. Advocate Holders asked the witness whether that means that the individual fired cartridge cases were placed under a microscope and compared each and every one of them to one another. To this the witness explained, since it was one exhibit cartridge case, it was placed and compared to the tests that he fired using all 40 firearms which he received in this particular case. Further, it is explained in the worksheets contained in his case file docket, including the type of marks that were used to identify. Questions at this point were directed at the evidence of the witness that components of a DSG rifle may be changed with the CNSPA rifle, parts which the witness agreed with and confirmed that it will appear in his report that it is explained and recorded in the case file docket. The witness confirmed that the breech block of the fire of the rifle was changed after the rifle had fired the shots, but before it had been submitted for testing, and that it will not appear in his report. Further, that the only found markings on the neck, and no similar markings were found on the rest of the cartridge. He, however, explained that the neck and the neck chamber area is where marks were found. That is also contained in his working case docket. At this point of the proceedings, the witness obtained the required permission from the commander, and the defense was allowed to process or to access his working file with the proviso that he must be present and that no aspect to contact regarding the case file docket may leave his sight. This was agreed to by all parties. The matter was adjourned early on the said date and rolled to the following day with the agreement that the court will commence later than 9 a.m. to allow more time to the defense to peruse the case file docket of the witness. On resumption of the case the following day, the defense confirmed that they had now had insight in the case file docket of the witness and thanked him for his cooperation in this regard. The witness was reminded he is still under oath and cross-examination by advocate holders to be continued. The witness was then directed to paragraphs 5.2. My understanding the portion of the reports dealing with the qualifications of the witness, that he attended a conference that related inter alia to the potential for errors in cartridge case identification, which the witness confirmed as correct, and the cartridge case identification, and he also testified he is not aware of any cases where an error has occurred. And as he was previously asked by the defense, he had been involved in excess of 4,470, if memory serves me well, ballistic examinations personally. Sorry, I'm not sure, can everyone in the gallery hear me? Because if I look up and down, there's a glare, so I'm looking down, but I'm not sure if I'm loud enough. The indication I received is so noted. Just a second. All right. I'm dealing with the said paragraph that he attended a conference that related inter alia to the potential for errors in cartridge case identification, which the witness confirmed as correct, and testified he is not aware of any cases where any error has occurred, and he was previously asked by the defense as to how many cases he had done personally to date. The fact that the magazine, according to the witness, also carries or causes damage or marks on a cartridge was then pursued and put to the witness, to which he agreed. With regards to the cartridge in question, the defense embarked on questions whether there were any visible magazine marks on the particular cartridge in question that was found. The witness was very clear in this regard that for their unit magazine marks have no importance or relevance, even if he had. He confirms he did not check for magazine marks, and even if he had, a magazine, he would still not have checked for magazine marks, as it plays no significant role in their examination. Questioning now moved to paragraph 4.1, which states that the intention and scope of this forensic examination comprised of the following ballistic techniques: the examination and identification of fired cartridge cases, which the witness confirmed as correct, either in paragraph 5. Further, in paragraph 5, after doing an examination and identification, I examined the cartridge case mentioned in 3.1 and found in 3.1.1 the cartridge case mentioned in 3.2 being a .223 Remington caliber and was manufactured for or designed to be fired by center-fire ammunition, and 5.2 also found. And in 5.2 he states that he also found an ejector mark as well. It was asked from the witness if it should not be, if he found an ejection port mark on the cartridge case, that it should be mentioned in paragraph 3.1, which are consistent with the marks produced by semi-automatic and on full automatic. The witness confirmed it is correct. He confirmed that he saw that the particular cartridge had an ejector mark as well as an ejection port mark. The questions commenced regarding the IBS system, meaning, as explained by the witness, the integrated ballistic identification system. He confirmed again that the statement placed before him, that he had indeed acquired this image on IBIS. He explained that it is a database of specimens in the form of fired cartridge cases and fired bullets, be it an exhibit that has been received from a crime scene or a test which he has fired with a particular firearm, that he received to test the images acquired. In essence, it is a system whereby information is placed onto the system which can be compared to all the other exhibits of all other cases. The witness explained that the exhibit cartridge case he had placed into his system, and the system will take images of the fired cartridge case, and those images are kept in the database and they are compared with other cases nationally. Once there is a similarity found, the system is a tool that assists them. However, they have a further requirement that they physically have to confirm what is called or regarded to be as, I quote, a hit, and it is called that a hit once the two stages have been complied with, therefore being a match on IBIS and a physical examination by the examiner of the exhibit. He testified that the system takes the head of the cartridge cases, therefore it takes the image of the breech face, the image of the firing pin, as well as the images of the ejectile. The witness also testified that there is no standard figure regarding how many characteristics or features should match, and the results may also take years on the IBIS system, and the system must be watched and checked to speak. He, however, confirmed that to date no match has been identified on the IBIS system. Questions now return to the statement or report marked with the relevant lab number marked 2 and 3. The witness explained as to why 2 and 3 is contained in one report. He explained that it means that two sets of exhibits were received at the same time, one being the firearm and the other being the cartridge case. Whilst busy working with the said exhibits, another batch arrived. Therefore, it was marked as 2 plus 3. Advocate Holders placed it before the witness that the defense had consulted the previous evening, and he was informed that the rifles were submitted or handed in with the request from the investigating officer. The defense continued to obtain clarity and stated that as 5 live rounds that the defense is referring to, or the defense is referring to 5 live rounds, which was accompanied with each rifle. The witness repeated he was not aware of the request that each firearm must be accompanied by 5 rounds of ammunition. However, there are firearms that arrive with ammunition, but the said ammunition fired are firearms that arrived with ammunition, but that not in the amount or manner as what is being placed before the witness in court. Advocate Holders asked the witness as to where such ammunition is now let me do this. I'll be able to help you. This helps with the, sorry, I'm going to do it in this fashion. Advocate Holders asked as to where such ammunition is acknowledged for. The witness replied that the ammunition is acknowledged in his report. He was also asked whether he then marked the exhibits before it was fired. The witness explained that it was not going to be fired, as they do not use ammunition that comes with an exhibit, unless it is with regards to a specific request, which was not the case here. He did not use any of the ammunition and used the basic standard EMP ammunition. the witnesses agreed with the statement by Advocate Otis that the report and the various paragraphs pertaining to exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3.2, 4.1, 4.11 and 4.12 and evidence back PAR 000473034 and the contents thereof being all read out into the record, and all were received without magazines, being the first point raised by the defense. And secondly, the court quotes, however, on perusal, the secondly part did not follow. And continued as follows. It was put to the witness that it is a pattern that is followed in that they open a bag. In the bag there is a rifle without a magazine and the previous forensic bag inside with it. And that he in paragraph 4.13 stated that he opened the sealed evidence bag with number PA 500 756-521 and found 2 times 2.223 Remington caliber cartridges marked, and then it is done with the cartridges. That being marked, the witness confirmed it is correct. Paragraph 6 was read out, and the intention and scope of the forensic comparison of examination requires or comprises of ballistic techniques. 1. The ammunition one being the ammunition which requires or comprises of ballistic techniques, and also 1. The examination and identification of ammunition, and secondly to the microscope. Individualization is a fired cartridge case, and there firearm technicians and further that 3 ballistic mechanism examinations as stated to the witness confirmed this. Paragraph 7, I examined the cartridge mentioned in paragraph 4 and found the cartridges were manufactured or designed to be fired by centerfire firearm, and he examined cartridge mentioned in four 4.13.1. And it was further marked
Your Worship. If I may, Your Worship, we're all in an agreement if we can just have an early lunch break and maybe come back earlier, if Your Worship doesn't mind.
I have no problem with that. at the moment, it's not the media, it's the lights, and it's affecting my eyesight. So if I can rest them for like, not read for about 20 minutes, it will definitely enable me to pick up speed once we commence. So what is the suggested time to commence?
I think we should take off at least half an hour, half an hour, Your Worship. This lady passed. So if we could
I'm
take
very
at least,
bad.
yes, Your Worship.
It's
We could
only
take half
because
an
of
hour.
the strain on my eyes and the lights
Your
here.
Worship, please. The proposal would be half an hour, Your Worship.
Okay, so it's, let us say it's 10 to 1 by the time all agrees. Can we say 1:30 we will be ready
Yes,
in
Worship,
court
please.
to proceed?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll rest my eyes. Thank you. I am now able to see for a while, I think. Thank you. We may go back on record. Advocate Holders, during the short adjournment and the extra minutes, I managed, I think, to solve as per the transcribed record as well regarding the exhibit marked D4. And it reads as follows. I think the confusion may have created or started when it was marked on record. The 212 statement by Warrant Officer Becker was accepted as Exhibit D. Thereafter, D1 was the GPS map and satellites. G2, the final images of the simulator shootings, being photos 1 to 2, was Exhibit D3. And I think that is D1, 2, and 3. Unless you have another D4 that is not reflected on the transcribed record. But I think that is where we continue to refer as D1, D2, D3, D4, whereas there are 4 statements of Warrant Officer Becker in the exhibit.
The only reason why I said that is at the end of yesterday's proceedings,
yes.
you said tomorrow we'll proceed with D4.
Yes, so I appreciate, I just wanted to state what I've read on the record, and if that is then acceptable to everyone.
Thank you.
Advocate Sisa, acceptable? Is it?
Accepted, yours.
Advocate Matthew?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, well, I think the page where I stopped and indicated when we adjourned, just for the record, judgment proceeds in Regional 4 after the lunch adjournment. Cross-examination continued then by Advocate Holders of Colonel Mgwadleka, and it was put to the witness that it is a pattern that is followed in that they open a bag. In the bag there's a rifle without a magazine and the previous forensic bag inside with it, and that he, in photograph 4.13, state that he opened sealed, oh, I've dealt with that part, no, the sealed open bag, sorry. I think, yeah, okay, this is where we, okay, got the place. Then on continuation, the witness confirmed that all of the above submissions placed before him by Advocate Holders is correct, and it was put to the witness. He then examined and tested the mechanisms of the other assault rifles and found them to be self-loading, and the paragraph and contents read out into the record by Advocate Holders, which the witness confirmed as correct. Therefore, to satisfy the requirements of being, it was placed to the witness that he had done so in order to satisfy the requirements of being a semi-automatic firearm. That aspect was not confirmed, but in essence amounts to the same. Was then further put to the witness that the examined cartridge cases in 5.1 and paragraph 9.2 compared the individual and class characteristic markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope, and found that the cartridge mentioned in 5.1 was not fired in any of those firearms, and the witness also agreed with that statement. Paragraph 12, the conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of examination and process which requires knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics, and in paragraph 13 it is explained as to how the exhibits were sealed and disposed of. I do not deem it necessary to repeat that process. It was further in paragraph 13 stated, with the process which the witness followed with regards to each exhibit and how it was sealed, referring to 13.4, 20 August for the exhibits and tests mentioned in 5.1 and 5 and 9.2, refers to 117 TC1 and sealed in evidence bag PA 60006015680. The witness confirmed the above correct as well. The witness was asked to explain what it means when he refers to the word test in the above paragraph, and he explained it is the test cartridges cases, not actual cartridges that he is referring to. The following report was now the point of departure, being the fourth report, and emphasis was placed that the same procedure was followed, being that the witness had received exhibits from Colonel Swartboy and sent them to be examined for fingerprints by Warrant Officer Becker. The witness explained again that the exhibits never left his office. Warrant Officer Becker conducted the fingerprint comparison at his office and explained that in effect the exhibit never left his office. Or it was put to the witness then that even with the second batch of firearms received, it was received with ammunition, as placed on record earlier. The witness testified that with the second batch of firearms there were no ammunition that was sent with them, and it proceeds to report 5, and it refers to the third batch of firearms, and it was put to the witness that this batch was also sent with 5 live rounds of ammunition per firearm. The witness testified that the third batch was not sent with ammunition. It was only received during the first batch. The defense now referred to the witness to test which depicts a handwritten number 6, and paragraph 3 was read out as follows. In essence, on the 7th of November 2018, he had received a request from DPP Grahamstown regarding the serial number which was found on the breech block of the rifle with serial number CN-SPA 24914, which was one of the rifles examined on 29 August. The witness confirmed his evidence from the previous court day that he established that a possible swapping of the breech block had been made. The defense, based on the above paragraph, proceeded to read paragraph 6 of the report, that no photos, video or sound recordings were received. It is on record, however, the following is noted. Advocate Otis continued to read that it states as follows, and therefore I cannot give an opinion. Furthermore, Even if I had received the sound audio recording, I would not be able to analyze it because we do not have sound analysis equipment and the training therefore. The witness explained there was a request to analyze the photos and videos. This was a new request that he received regarding the number found on the serial number and the breech block, with the request to analyze photos and videos. But at that stage, when he received back the firearm, there were no photos or videos present. Advocate Hodis put to the witness that he received instructions that what the witness refers to as a breech block is more commonly referred to as a bolt carrier, or if there's a difference between the two, to which the witness replied, there is, I quote, no much difference. It was further put to the witness that, or that he was instructed to put to the witness that the bolt carrier is the item that holds the round or cartridge at the back, which was corrected to mean at the side. So it would only have an effect on the back of the cartridge, and again corrected to mean on the side of the cartridge. Further statement to the witness was that at the head you have a projectile, at the back you have the head stamp. So at the back it only has an impact on the back where the head stamp is. Is that correct? The witness confirmed that indeed that was a correct statement. The witness was then asked that if a bolt carrier is changed accidentally or for any purpose, it won't have any effect on the ejection port marks. To this statement, the witness replied that sometimes it does. One may find that the ejection port mark has got some individuality that one can link. However, in terms of orientation, the ejection port mark won't have an effect because the cartridge will still be ejected in the same way, even if it was a different bolt carrier or breech block. Reference was then made to in the report 6, which refers to the bolt carrier or the breech block. It was asked of the witness to explain what it means in his report, which states that the videos and audios were not received, yet he deals with the videos and the audio in the report. The witness explained that, as indicated in report 2, that no photos or videos were received. Therefore, the entry number 7 ceased to exist because it would have accommodated the photos and videos. Then entry number 8, now the CDs were submitted. Then in the case is, or when the case is re-registered again and it becomes entry number 8. The defense pursued this issue as to why, despite having no training or equipment to analyze the items being the CDs and photo album, the following conclusion was made. I could not determine the identity, and that it was then resealed and sent back, which the witness was confirmed is correct. Report 9, dated 13 December 2019, he received a request from the DPP Eastern Cape to conduct further tests to establish the ejection range and muzzle flash using the firearm CNSPA 24914, and the rifle was received in a sealed evidence bag. Paragraph number 5 was read out into the record, and the witness confirmed it is correct, and with the defense referring to the word reconstruction, the witness testified that he has a different understanding in the sense that it sounds as if he was redoing something that was already there. As in their instant, it does not refer to the reconstruction of an actual crime scene, which the defense agreed with the explanation provided. On resumption, after the lunch adjournment, questions pertaining or regarding the ejection range continued, and it is not needed to repeat at this time as the same is already on record, including findings of the witness. He was further referred to Report 10, being a request he received on 8 June 2020 from Advocate Matthews, requesting to supply them with a statement and further particulars. The contents of such request and statement has been placed on record when I dealt with the request received in totality by Colonel Mgwadleka, so there's no reason to repeat what was requested and what the reply was. In paragraph 5, dated 23 August 2018, the cartridge case mentioned in paragraph 3 was compared with tests that were fired using the firearms received on 28 August 2018, which the firearm with serial number CNSPA 24914 was amongst them, using a comparison microscope onto which the exhibit cartridge case was placed on one side and a different test on the other side, and all the marks were viewed simultaneously. The witness confirmed the above is correct as well. Further, that the witness then states that class and individual characteristics were observed and identification was made in different areas of the neck of both. The exhibit cartridge case and the tests from other firearms has been placed on record, and also that the results of his examination was confirmed by 2 senior analysts at the said unit, and it was signed 15 June 2020. And it was at this point then put to the witness that certain aspects will now be put to him regarding the analysis. Firstly, whether the witness agreed to let me phrase it in an easier manner. Firstly, and agreed to by the witness is that a forensic scientist should always be able to describe the essential steps of a scientific method when tests are conducted, and further, that there is a set format to ensure that examiners remain objective. So that tests are not conducted in order to prove a certain aspect, but rather an experiment where the results are objectively recorded and can be verified by any other examiner at a later stage. This the witness also agreed to. It was then put to the witness that when examining cartridge cases, there are 5 surfaces that can be examined. First one being the firing pin impression, which is the center and back of the cartridge case, which the witness agrees with. The second being I think I've mentioned this before we adjourned for the short lunch adjournment. Check that your phones are off, on silent. The second being what is being referred to as the breech face marks, which were at the back surface of the cartridge case. The third is referred to as the extractor marks, which are on the rim of the cartridge case. The fourth are referred to as ejector marks as opposed to extractor marks. The ejector marks, this is ejector marks on the breech face area of the cartridge case. And the fifth and final surface are chamber marks, which are on the entire length of the cartridge case, including the neck, and the witness had confirmed all 5 of these statements put before him. The witness also explained that the cartridge in question is referred to as a bottleneck type of a cartridge, as the neck area goes inwards like a bottle, and explained that there is an area that's regarded as a shoulder, as it goes in a shoulder into the shoulder area, and then there is an area that is the one that is going straight again. That is recorded as a neck area. Advocate Otis asked the witness whether he agrees that during microscopic examination processes, the examiner will establish a match or a positive comparison by comparing at least 2 surfaces in orientation to each other before concluding a positive match. Therefore, over and above the neck area, he was therefore required to examine other surfaces or areas to establish whether they matched. The witness confirmed that the above was correct. It was asked that if he may confirm that in the matter before court, all other surfaces did not provide a positive match. The witness explained that the ejector and the extractor does not necessarily always means a fired cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. It could have been cycled through a firearm, and when you cycle a firearm where you had a round in the chamber and then you would cock it open, that round is going to be ejected. Therefore, you might find the ejector as well as the extractor mark, because the extractor claw as it is sitting in the chamber. The extractor claw is hooked on the rim of this particular cartridge. So these 2 type of marks do not always necessarily mean that the cartridge was fired in a particular firearm. It was put to the witness that if this issue is taken further, it is not only the ejector and extractor marks that would appear, even though a round hasn't been fired, the magazine mark is the same, as it can be put in the firearm and taken out without firing, to which the witness agreed. It was put to the witness that he also only compared 1 test round from that rifle being TC area 249 to the one in the photos that the witness referred to. The witness disagreed with the statement, stating it is incorrect. He did not. He fired tests in all the firearms as in the first batch, and he compared all those tests with the fire cartridges cases and the second batch as well, meaning that he compared all the tests, not a specific test. So with the firearm that was positive, he fired 4 tests and all 4 of them were positive. However, he only needed 1 to make a photograph, not all 4 of them, and the one he utilized is the photograph depicted in 249 TC3. Therefore, it was incorrect to say there was just 1 examination conducted. It was just 1 example presented. On subsequent cross-examination, the witness then confirmed that indeed he used 1 photograph. In essence, that was in effect the question: did you elicit a reply from the witness. The witness was asked as to why did he not record the negative findings in his report, and he replied it is contained in his case file, which was viewed by the defense team. And based on these questions, it was put to the witness that he is not objective, as an objective examiner would record negative findings as well, so it may be objectively assessed by other experts. The witness explained that his examination was objective at all times because not only had he used one other senior analyst to confirm the results, he used two other senior analysts to review the work. The defense stated that just because his work was received by two other senior analysts, that does not make his work objective. The witness again explained that this case file and worksheets were examined, and his work was examined and confirmed by two senior analysts, which I will refer to as peer review, and they confirmed his conclusions by conducting their own examination without knowing what or where to look for beforehand. The witness was asked to confirm that indeed at his office they have access to microscopic equipment to analyze rounds, which he confirmed. It was then put to the witness that the two defense experts looked at the rounds and picked up a very clear and obvious identifying mark on the neck of the exhibit. In the case referred to, the witness in his reports as A1 and several other of the rounds, and this was just looking with their eyes and a magnifying glass. The witness does not agree with the above statement and testifies that one will not be able to make an identifying mark just by using a magnifying glass. It was also put to the witness that they were able to identify a mark of something that was so obvious but was not seen by the witness, and the witness repeated his reply. It was further put to the witness that those two defense expert witnesses have noticed a ring on the shoulder, a very clear ring on the shoulder next to the neck of the actual exhibit. The witness replied he did notice it, but that it is not an identifiable mark that is used in identifying the 5 firearms that he examined. He noticed that they had consecutive serial numbers 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, indicating that they were consecutively manufactured and therefore will be the same, however, and the class characteristics, but not the individual characteristics. And to make an indication, he does not only look at class characteristics, he also looks at individual characteristics which will individualize that particular firearm. It was put to the witness that again he is merely telling the court what he found, but not as to how he made the conclusion, the witness disagreed, stating clearly he had identified one fired cartridge case to have been fired in a specific firearm, and his understanding of that means more than one, and he also indicated the case was viewed, his whole case file was viewed, and his worksheets was seen, indicating that the neck and chamber marks were the ones where the identification was made, and one of the reports it is indicated as such. Further pertaining to his findings, the witness testified that the court charts were prepared and submitted to court. This was emanating from the cross-examination by Advocate Houders with regards to fingerprints and the analysis thereof, and the witness testified that on the court charts it is clearly indicated and shows the different areas identified around the neck. examination at this point well, it was at this point put to the witness that he is still not being objective, and that since the work was checked by other analysts merely amounts to hearsay regarding the worksheets or the analysis. The witness replied that the defense had seen the work file and the names of the officials who reviewed his work. It is in the files, and the court may then even subpoena the witnesses. It was again put to the witness that the defense had viewed the work file, and there are no worksheets from his colleagues in the file. The witness testified that is incorrect. It is contained in the file perused by the defense. With regards to muzzle flash, the witness clearly did not draft a report or make any finding. His request received was merely to do the experiment and record muzzle flash. The muzzle flash will be analyzed by another, not by him, and if that had been done, it is not within his knowledge. He confirmed that the charge in the cartridge has a bearing on the muzzle flash. He used the standard P&P ammunition for the recording of the video depicting muzzle flash of the said firearm. That concluded cross-examination by Advocate Otis. Court will now deal with the cross-examination by Advocate Matthews. Bear with me, I will place all details on record, but I will also be scanning a page as to what is the actual bone of contention. It was put, as was clear at the request by the defense during the evidence in chief of this witness, that he will concentrate on the firearm CN SPA 24914 and the cartridge case that was marked A1. Further, that he, Advocate Matthews, does not require the witness to look at his case file, since Advocate Matthews understands his evidence and he is also in possession of the reply from the witness to the further particulars requested by him. It was put to the witness, as we have heard, the breech face marks, the firing pin mark, other chamber marks, extractor, ejector, and the ejector port mark were all negative. The witness stated that it was incorrect. It was an incorrect statement, as he only testified that the breech face and the firing pin marks were negative at that stage. The witness stated that if he said identification was made on the neck, that means it was... Please leave the court. Whoever's phone it is, leave the court. Okay, thank you, Sergeant. Each time I have to look up, I lose the line of the page. Therefore, the witness stated that if he said identification was made on the neck, that means it was made on the chamber as well, to which Advocate Matthews stated that we are hearing an American type of analysis, as the neck marks are now seen as a mark on their own. Are they not? Did you not attend the FBI course? Quote verbatim, page 54. The witness replied that for this specific one, yes, the witness indicated that it is correct to state that he did not indicate on his report that the extractor and the ejector was not found to be positive. The witness had attempted to reply but was not given an opportunity to complete a sentence. Therefore, the court will summarize a page-long reply of an interrupted sentence. The witness stated that he had indicated that the ejector and the extractor marks do not always necessarily mean that a particular cartridge case is fired in a particular firearm. It was then put to the witness that with regards to the ejector port mark, he was questioned. However, he did not complete his answer and now requested to explain with regards to the ejector port mark. He testified that the ejector port mark was used for orientation. He could not find if the ejector port mark was positive or negative. The court will now quote the discussion that took place and then attempt to highlight the terminology or meaning. It was stated then, now you went then, as I understand, and you tested all the firearms belonging to this company that could have fired this cartridge case. Is that correct? In reply, they do not know who the owners are of the firearms. It's brought into it is brought to the unit, and the procedure he has explained and analyzed. It was then stated, sorry, what I should have put to you was you analyzed all the firearms that were brought to you that could fire this cartridge case. He replied, I analyzed all the firearms that were brought to me, not the one that could fire this cartridge case. It continued, in other words, you fired test cartridge cases for all the firearms and you compared those test fired cartridges cases to the sentence was not completed. The reply was yes, he had compared it to the exhibits. Now, if I understand your theory about your firing pin and the breech face being negative, it's because maybe the parts got changed being between the firearm, whether purposely or inadvertently. He agreed to that statement. After a lengthy discussion, the following was put to the witness. The point I want to make to you is that the extractor, the ejector, and the breech face are all one solid piece. The witness confirmed that statement. Questions continued, and it was put to the witness that the reason as to why he was not able to make any positive findings is because his analysis of the neck marks are wrong, read in the light of the breech face, firing pin, extractor, and ejector port. This was denied by the witness. The witness is not a member of Firearm and Tool Examiners Organization. However, he is aware of the standards and procedures followed, and it is the same as the methods used by the witness and accepted worldwide. However, it is subject to another person another person elsewhere coming up with the same finding, therefore being a second analysis. It was put to the witness, it's subject to peer review, which the witness agrees with. It was put to the witness that they set the standards or the minimum standards required before a forensic analyst can make a positive finding. He confirmed for the specific organization mended yes. This question is continued, and the following was put to the witness. I know where you are and my disputes lies here. You say that by finding neck marks at two different places, you interpret that to mean that you have found two separate characteristics which entitle you to make this cartridge case positive. Am I right? The witness replied by saying two different marks in the neck, which Advocate Matthews confirmed to be what he meant. The neck and the witness' response to the statement was yes. That you think now, it continues, so that you think now it entitles you to make this cartridge case positive, whereas I am going to put to you that unfortunately it is completely wrong, because what is required by AFTI and the international standard is that you find something else positive, like the breech face or the firing pin or something else on that firearm, before you can positively say that is positive. And the witness did not accept that statement. It was then put to the witness, does he now see where the dispute lies between himself and the expert sitting in court and another one sitting at the back? We have also got two experts like you had. I'll skip a paragraph here. He was then asked to provide a name that is with regards to peer review as far as it pertains to proficiency testing, and the witness stated that one of his reports indicate that the proficiency testing that he had done, the very first report by Collaborative Testing Services that was done in Sterling, USA, and they compiled the test for him, and then the witness does the test to check if we will get exactly the same results they have. It was put to the witness that the information received by Advocate Matthews, coming from their expert witness, is to state the following. It is that you require two separate toll marks, in other words, two separate marks imprinted on a cartridge case butt of two separate parts of a firearm before a positive match can be made. The witness replied that he hears what has been said, but that he does not agree. The witness agreed to the statement that the cartridge case he examined in A1 indeed has distinctive ejection port marks. It was put to the witness that the ejection port on the firearm cannot be changed like the extractor or the ejector or the fire pin and the breech face. The witness disagreed, stating that it can be changed, and on being asked how, he replied that by removing the breech bolt, because the breech itself is also part of the cycling of the firearm, then it can also be changed together with that breech, but not all firearms. It was put to the witness that the defense is referring to the SPA 249 and is not concerned about any other firearm, and that anything can be changed if it is sawn or cut off or whatever, but it is not replaceable between the two firearms. The witness had replied, as he had previously indicated, that he would like to view the firearm. At that stage, the firearm, by agreement of all parties, had already been taken away by police and placed in the SAP 13 storage facility at Mdantsane, if you recall. Sorry, this chair is not good. It was then put to the witness that the ejection port mark is negative with the cartridge case A1 because he did not find a positive. And he only used this mark for orientation purposes. The witness replied by saying he did not say either, meaning he did not say negative or positive. He said there were not enough identification marks for individualization of this particular mark for him to make an identification on it. It was further put to the witness that the mark is so unique and visible on this particular cartridge case A1 that it is highly unlikely that one were not able to look at it and either match it positive or negative. The witness explained the mere presence of a mark does not necessarily always mean it will either be identified as being fired or as not being fired. Individual markings within that mark are the ones that will identify that particular firearm, and in this matter, he did not find enough individual markings to say that it was fired or not fired based on the ejection port marks. Just 1 second. Thereafter, it was placed or put to the witness that it is clear that he is now thinking up facts as he testified as indicated by counsel for accused 1 earlier, which the witness disagreed with. He testified that with the neck area he found sufficient marks. Advocate Matthews then informed the witness that he must understand that this is not the first case that him or Advocate Houders or both of them both himself and counsel for accused 1 had dealt with together regarding ballistic evidence, and it is not the first case regarding ballistic evidence witness that they have dealt with, and further that when he requested the witness to provide him with further particulars, he did not point out on what basis he says the two he has positive findings except to say the neck. Is that correct? The witness testified to say the request received from Advocate Matthews was on what basis was the identification made, and the response was on the neck and the chamber mark. But also the class and individual characteristics. Therefore, in other words, the class characteristics being exactly the same caliber and everything else then also. Advocate Matthews informed the witness that he is not interested in class characteristics, as in a ballistic case it means nothing, and that the only individual characteristic marks found are the neck marks, which the witness confirmed. He testified that on firing the said firearm, he used the standard P&P ammunition, being ammunition that can be used in an R4 and R5 rifle. In conclusion, it was put to the witness that finding 2 separate surfaces on a cartridge case imprinted by 2 separate parts of a firearm onto that cartridge case is in accordance to his instructions, so basic that they can call it Ballistics 101, to which the witness disagreed. Is it hot or just... A last document was handed to Advocate Matthews relating to the covering letter by Warrant Officer Becker, describing the event or incident. The witness replied that there are so many covering letters that pass through their offices with stories that the stories mean nothing to them. It is not considered. All that they are interested in is what is being requested. They have also learned that these covering letters and the stories tend to change, therefore it is not entertained by their unit. Re-examination, the witness confirmed that the SPA 249A14 examined by him complied with at least one of the requirements of the Firearms Control Act, being a device manufactured or designed to discharge center fire ammunition. It was a firearm, not a toy, that he examined, it is also a semi-automatic firearm, the said SPA 249. At that point, as we all know, the witness was excused to deal with further evidence, but I should also place on record that 2 covering letters written by Warrant Officer Becker depicting 2 photos of a cartridge case, both on one page, accepted by court and marked as Exhibit E1, and by agreement it was agreed that lab number will remain unchanged, being LAB 282270/18, and that it will be followed with 2 or 3 as it may represent. Exhibit E2, lab number 282270-/18(2). Exhibit E3, lab number 282270/18(3). Exhibit E4, lab 282270, marked as Exhibit E(4). Exhibit E5, the same lab number. Exhibit E6, the same lab number. Exhibit E8, the same, as well as E9. Exhibit 10, there is no number, also pertains to the same lab number. It was then agreed that there is indeed no number 7, and the numbers were kept as is. The court comparison chart marked as Exhibit F by court was also admitted as drafted by Colonel Ngwatleka. Before I say that concluded the evidence of the state's case, as I added the obligation to place all evidence presented before court on record, which is indeed a tiring exercise, I just want to find my notes on questions by court to Colonel Ngwatleka. Right. I don't know, at your guidance here, I do have a page with my questions on. It should be somewhere in the file, so do you want me to just check in a minute or two and come back, read it out, and then officially close the state case and deal with the defense case? I don't want to say state case and deal with defense case before I've placed everything regarding the state case on record.
That looked like a suitable suggestion, Your Worship.
I'll leave it in your hands. I've got nothing to say.
Okay, well, I can remain here as well. I will find it, or just...
Maybe we can just take a 5-minute short break.
Thank you for your kindness. I know it's either here or it is, then I'll just reprint that page, but it is here. Ay. Okay, please, I'll leave my file right here. I'll just extract that one before I can officially move on and deal with the defense case and finalize matters here. Court will briefly adjourn. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you a favor if I can get some chairs from you. No. Okay,
that emanated from the court's questions on the said day of Colonel Mgwadleka. He was requested to clear up a few points which was not clear to me. And the question was, the Narinko you tested, was the ejector fixed on the frame or the grip of the firearm? Or was it fitted as a spring-loaded pin on the breech block in the breech face next to the firing pin? He had explained that it was in the breech block of the firearm pin, like in the photo, as he had referred to a photo. He was asked whether you could see extractor marks on the rim of the exhibit cartridge case. He replied yes, but it was very based on that question, he explained that did that line up with the marks he found on the neck of the exhibit cartridge, to which he said it was very faint. Therefore, he had not committed to any conclusion on those questions asked by court. And he emphasized again that he would say that he did not make a finding because the marks on the neck the said extractor marks was again noted by him as very faint. On being asked as to what made the marks on the neck of the cartridge cases, he replied that it was made by marks or scars in the chamber of the firearm that he tested. He had also confirmed that the marks he had found were indeed unique marks, and that the marks on the test-fired cartridge case lined up with the marks on the exhibit cartridge case. And in essence confirmed that because of this, he is of the view that the exhibit cartridge case was in fact fired from the Narinko firearm in question. He also confirmed that there were breech face marks on the exhibit cartridge case, and some of them were unique and some amounted to be negative. Also that the breech face marks on the test-fired cartridge case let me rephrase. Were there breech face marks on the test-fired cartridge case? And he had informed the court yes. He had also testified that the breech face marks on the test-fired cartridge case was found and that the breech marks, the breech face marks on the test-fired cartridge was cartridge case and the breech face marks on the exhibit case were not the same. In other words, it was negative. And he had confirmed to court that in essence the breech block in the firearm now is not the breech block that was that fired the exhibit cartridge case. And in the extent that was the totality of the evidence of this witness based on clarity or questions by court. That had then indeed concluded the state's case, and let's see if we can speed it up now. In a summary regarding the defense case, it happened as follows. The defense elected to present their case in the following manner, and by agreement between the parties it was agreed that accused 2 will present his defense case first, followed by accused 1. The following was presented by the defense in their cases. Accused 2 opened his case by calling the first witness, Mr. Martin John Hood, and secondly, Mr. Jan Christoffel de Klerk. Exhibits in respect of accused 2 case, the report drafted by Mr. de Klerk and which was submitted as an exhibit and accepted by court marked as Exhibit M, that in essence concluded the defense case for accused 2. Accused 1 opened its case and elected to testify, so therefore with regards to accused 1 we heard oral evidence and the exhibits being A65, A66, A67, A68, A69, all statements first by Sergeant Kuma, Sergeant Nzaleni, Sergeant Kara, Sergeant Chauke, and one where the rank is not known of Bulaleni Colin Nengovela. Now therefore that was the outline of the defense case, and the court will now deal with the evidence thereof. Firstly, Mr. Martin John Hood testified he is an expert regarding the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, as well as an admitted attorney since 1990, and during 1997 he was invited by SABC to form part of the consultation process on drafting the Firearms Control Act on behalf of the SA Gun Owners Association, of which he was the chairperson since 1997 until the act was passed in the year 2000. He was part of the drafting process, and in that he made inputs on behalf of the Gun Owners Association. He had then extensively, and not to go in sound as if I'm not dealing with the evidence relevant, he had then continued to testify regarding the inputs he played, the various committees he chaired, the invitation by the portfolio committee, and therefore his experience was placed on record in his evidence in chief. He further testified he is acquainted with tactical security services, as he has prepared many applications and applications for firearm licenses on behalf of the company. And the tactical security was accredited and license approved. The witness testified, and in my view, the main bone of contention of the witness was pertaining to the provisions of Section 120, subsection 10A of Act 60 of 2000, and he explained the relevant section and it was read into the record. It is on record. I'm not going to repeat what the section says. And he also referred to that he had insight, or he was given or insight to the further particulars as requested by Advocate Matthews was handed to him at that stage. He further testified that there is no definition in the Act regarding the term supply or possess, and therefore he has never seen the section being used in the last 20 years, being a charge of a person or owner of breaching the provisions of the section. In my mind, what was apparent of the evidence of Mr. Hood, and if memory serves me correctly, it pertained to if one goes on a hunting expedition and you stand next to a colleague and you hand your firearm to him for a minute to be taken back later. That is the narrow interpretation and not an aspect the courts will entertain. That was the extent of his view section. The question, however, remains, and which the court agrees with him in that interpretation, is that the section is also applicable, and the salient question to be answered is whether the said firearm is given in a bona fide manner or if it is handed to another to commit an offense. And that is the difference in terms of the various interpretations of the said section. It will depend on a specific set of facts to warrant a ruling or interpretation of the said section. So at the same time, I will deal with the evaluation of the evidence of Mr. Wood. The input of the witness is noted and received with thanks. The court appreciates his knowledge and input and the work he has put into the inputs he had provided in drafting the said legislation, and the contents of it is all noted, and in all he is defined or seen or found to be at this stage a truthful, honest and credible witness. That is the extent of the evidence of Mr. Wood. Now we deal with Mr. Jan Hendrik de Klerk. I know we are extremely pressed for time and you cannot dictate the manner of judgment, but in an attempt to expedite the matter, I will read out the qualifications of Mr. Jan de Klerk as far as it pertains to the issue in question, and therefore I will exclude all the training pertaining to wildlife, etc. that is placed on record. It is on record and it's noted. Okay. Firstly, he was a member of SABC from 1984 and is from 1989 attached to the Ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, and left SABC in the year 1998 holding the rank of captain. He left to practice as a private ballistic expert. He received in-service training and successfully completed the internal 3-year training course at the unit in both theoretical and practical application of ballistic science. The training can be divided into the following categories: microscopic individualization of firearms, ammunition, fired bullets and cartridge cases; microphotograph, the investigation of tool marks, the marks they transfer, the comparison of the disputed objects with tool equipment, for example, pliers, chisels. That part the court will skip. Identification and development of ammunition, identification of hand and shoulder firearms, the collection of changed numbers and marks on exhibits, restoration of obliterated marks on metals through the etch process, also training in internal ballistics, the examination and study of firearm mechanisms, the examination of homemade devices, reloading of fired ammunition, interactions of firearms and ammunition, the transfer of marks on bullets and cartridge cases by firearms, the interaction between ammunition and attended a mechanical functioning of the firearm training, intermediate ballistics, the influence of partly burned propellant and gases on objects after the bullet has left the firearm, the determination of propellant and deposit range by firearms, the study of secondary projectile forming during intermediate ballistics. With regards to external ballistics, trajectory determination of bullets and projectiles, the study of blunt shapes in ballistic trajectories, the determination of bullet velocity, bullet distance and direct determination, terminal ballistics, wound, the rest is noted with regards to, I would say, the post-mortem qualifications as to the crime scene. He had further experience training on the influence of projectiles on various target materials, X-ray photo analysis, additional training and certifications. He visited the following firearm and ammunition manufacturers to ascertain processes used in the functioning or in the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition. Lighton Engineering Works, Truvello, Somchem, Swartklip, Musgrave, New Generation Ammunition, Diplo Point Ammunition, Nobletech, PMP and Frontier Bullets. His experience and training is paragraphed and stipulated in paragraph 3 of Exhibit M. I will highlight that he has 35 years experience in the application of forensic and forensic ballistic investigation. And he is also currently actively involved in the study of the latest technologies in the forensic ballistic field. His work experience at the various instances dating from 1996 as a trainer at the internal training section of the ballistic unit. He was awarded a diploma in firearms examination from Forensic Science Society in 1995. He is currently a trainer for wildlife crimes. He was also involved in training and presentation of lectures to members of the South African Legal Aid Board. He is an active member of AFTI, Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners. He is also a registered member and trainer at UNODC, that is United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. And he states that to date he had investigated 3,950 forensic related cases, which includes wildlife, crime scenes, which include cases dealt with whilst a member of SABC. He was employed from 2009 to 2021 as a manager at New Generation Ammunition and at Diplo Point Ammunition since inception of the ammunition factory. From 2018 to 2020, he was the general manager of Pretoria Arms. 2020 to 21, he was the general manager of Diplo Point Ammunition, where he was responsible for the production and quality of manufacturing of ammunition. He had received various diplomas, medals, and certificates. And as far as it relates to the present matter, a diploma in firearms examiners, an FSS diploma, certificate in forensic criminalistics, examination of firearms and tool marks, detection and recovery of related evidence in crime scenes, comparison and identification of bullets and cartridge cases, identification, documentation, and classification of crime scenes, presenting written reports and testifying in court. He also conducted training seminars in forensics. Paragraph 6 of the statement states that during the month of August 2020, he received four times lever files, arch files, fired cartridge cases, and video footage in relation to this case. A list of the documents being the exhibits currently in front of the court. His instructions was to familiarize himself with this case in all aspects and work through all documents received. On 12 November 2021, he consulted with Advocate Matthews and Advocate Carlitz, as well as Mr. Snyman. On 15 November 2021, he received an email with instructions to the following effect: to determine all the microscopic marks transferred between the working parts of the rifles to unfired live rounds of ammunition, and further to determine if any of these marks can be part of the microscopic comparison process in comparing fired cartridge case to a suspect rifle. The following serial numbers of rifles were CNSPA 237, 245, 246, and 248, clearly indicating he had examined all the rifles presented by Mr. Snyman, excluding the CNSPA 249-14 being the one in question. During 2023 and 2024, he received further instructions to describe and explain the complete workings of the Norinco .223 Remington caliber model CQA, and then he states AR 15 M16 copy, a firearm and parts relating to serial number CNSPA 23914, in essence just with reference to rifles with a classification of CNSPA. The ejection direction of fired cartridge from the said firearm as pertaining within the video of the incident, considering where the fired cartridge cases marked 282270/18 was found. After perusal of the documents, consultation and examinations, a short summary of the current case was compiled in paragraph 8. Paragraph 8 is a repetition that on the 28th of July 2018, there was an event held by EFF on the date and time stated on record. He stated that fired cartridge cases were found and collected as evidence at the stadium, and subsequently forensically linked to a rifle belonging to the security firm, being Tactical Security Service, that was responsible for the protection of Mr. Malema. On 17 January 2022, at Wildman Shooting Indoor Range, all remaining firearms were tested. The 7 rifles were examined. CN SPA 237, 245, 246, 247, 248-14. 15,56 Narinko model CQ, a semi-automatic rifle with serial number DSG 120104 and 120250, including CN13ZA and CN13ZA attached to each. And the method used for testing: each firearm was tested and all detail recorded of the said firearms also photographed. PMP .223 ammunition was divided into a minimum of 5 rounds per firearm, and plastic bags were marked with the serial numbers as depicted from the photos, 2 photos on the side of the page. He decided to use 1 magazine in all the firearms he tested, as to establish if marks carried over by this magazine can be utilized to see what orientation to the other marks found and the different types of firearms examined. The firearms were taken one by one, loading the magazine with rounds, and in front of the retaining wall of the shooting range, placed the firearm muzzle on top of the wooden wall, the magazine with the rounds placed inside the firearm. The cocking lever of each firearm was then forcefully pulled back to simulate the loading action of the rifle. The bolt carrier would then return due to the tension on the retaining spring inside the buffer tube. The bolt carrier will then pick up a cartridge. A sketch was provided in the report as an example to demonstrate where all marks are found, and the orientation and correlation of each of these marks will differ from firearm to firearm, make and models. Now let me just turn to that page. Okay, I'll read from what I drafted. As stated, a sketch was provided in the report and as example to demonstrate where all marks are found. As stated, I will read out what the court observed and noted depicting on the photograph. Firstly, PMP and .223 rem dash depicts the firing pin marks, breech face marks, extractor marks and ejector marks. The chamber cartridge case, top lead groove marks, neck / chamber marks, a feeding ramp marks, dust cover marks, chamber marks, magazine feeding marks. He also confirmed that if firearms are similar in make and model, the class characteristics should and will be the same in the orientation of these marks. Example, the ejector mark is found at 8 o'clock and extraction marks found at 5 o'clock on all cartridges fed or fired inside the firearm will be at 8 and 5 o'clock. It is the strier marks inside the marks that will either be subclass or individual marks. A summary of paragraph 10, he states that it is an accepted international standard to use a minimum of 2 different surfaces and group of marks found to where sufficient correspondence in quality and quantity exists before an examiner can establish that the firearm was the author or a match can be called. In the view or opinion of the witness, The matched markings must be followed up by a second group of individual markings on a separate surface. If using the group of neck marks, then a second group of markings must be found to confirm the match, example, ejector and extractor marks, and therefore the finding of one set or group of marks do not warrant a positive identification and is a fundamental mistake. He states then that after my microscopic examination I found the following. However, there was no finding noted under that heading. The witness then explains the process of microscopic examination and that there are several surfaces which will leave microscopic marks on a fired cartridge case, the firing pin, breech face, ejector, extractor and chamber marks. The finds made by the witness pertains to the firearms tested by him. In summary, and findings that all firearms he examined with serial number SPA were manufactured by Norinco, a Chinese-made product, and these firearms are M16 copies. In essence, in evidence in chief, he testifies as follows. A question was asked from the witness as to whether the conclusions marked in court charts marked 1 to 7 were correct. The witness explains as follows. Count 1 and 2, both photos depict some comparison visually found. The only difference being the cartridge is slightly tilted, but it is the same mark. It indicates that it is the best possible match viewed by Colonel Mgwadleka. However, one can clearly see distinctive striata that could have been used for a comparison chart. 2 and 5 depicts the same mark again as depicted in photo and indicates a possible match viewed and appears to be similar. But the angle of the marks are similar and is therefore subclass characteristics, and further that the difference in size and depth are not considered or used, and that subclass marks should be considered and also to be eliminated first. Chart 6 illustrates a striated mark which is caused by the feeding of ejection process, and the test cartridge depicts a second striated mark which are visible but absent on the test cartridge. He testifies that the striate marks was matched, however, due to manipulation, as the cartridges do not line up. Chart 7, he describes these marks to be striated and impressed marks that appears to be similar. Further, that one must consider class, subclass, and individual marks. Using the tool is a fatal flaw, and since 1989, he needs to follow up, but Colonel Mgwadleka used one tool slash area, and he had to find something else as well, and he only used the standard neck marks, and therefore positive identification is not possible by just using neck marks. Firing pin, extractor, ejector marks, and breech face must be considered. A video clip was then viewed in court as conducted by Mr. de Klerk. It shows him shooting 9x22 blank cartridges. This test was conducted using a blank firearm, and also a photo of a person and firearm was presented. There was no cross-examination by Advocate Odes. Cross-examination by Advocate Caesar, the following is noted. The witness did not examine CN SPA 24914, and he has also not seen it. He examined all the other firearms that were available to the ballistic unit except for the SPA 24914. The witness testified that he is able to draft a report with regards to the said firearm, although he had not seen it or examined it. He is able to do so by looking at the court charts that were submitted as exhibits before court. He confirms that he drafted his report based on the court charts before court, and also based on hearing the evidence in court by Colonel Mgwadleka. The witness disagreed with the statement that drafting a report regarding an exhibit he has not examined or tested or seen was open for criticism. He confirmed that he has 9 years experience at SABC at the Ballistic Science Unit, but 35 years as an expert. He had undergone one proficiency test a very long time ago and confirms he had done one proficiency test in his career. He also agrees that it is needed to do a proficiency test once or at least biannually. However, since he is alone and his partner is in America, the chances of retrieving an exhibit from a crime scene is never. The witness explains that technology is advanced, but yet the standards and protocol and science has not changed, and subclasses only started after he left the service, and it still remains about striation, physical matching. And the witness then explained his understanding of the microscopic examination process. He also concedes that he did not shoot or fire the firearm in question. He had only used or compared the said cartridge himself. He compiled his report on 28 June 2024, and he had done so after hearing all the evidence that had been presented in court. He confirms that the mark he identified using the cell phone is the ejection port. When asked as to what will cause such a mark, he replied that it appears or looks like it can be an ejector mark. When asked that he is not sure if he uses words like looked like, he disagreed with the state and stated that he is 100% sure, and if he had done all the other tests, he would be able to confirm his opinion in this regard. He confirmed that it is not protocol or usual to use a cell phone to take a photo of an exhibit and then to compare the said exhibit, and if he had the said cartridge, he would have taken it for macroscopic examination, and confirms again he did not examine any of the exhibits to arrive at his conclusion or result. Further, that a cell phone is not as clear, but he however has the ability to do so. He confirms that the purpose of microscopic examination is to see what the naked eye cannot see, and the purpose of using his cell phone in court enabled him to see the marks, and he continues to say if he had a microscope, he would be able to see the individual markings. He proceeded to explain that the object used by him was part of a microscope and enables him to turn the cartridge, and he uses it as a mechanical device. Since the microscope he uses at home is not at court, he used the court chart he was shown to compare and come to a conclusion, and testified that Mr. Wolmerans was present when he did the comparison and when he photographed the exhibit using his cell phone. He confirmed that he did not look or examine the SAP 24914 before or after the alleged incident, and he replied that he would not know whether the bolt carrier was changed before the said firearm was sent for ballistic examination. He confirms that if the breech plug has been changed, it would have an impact on the cartridge and the marks left. He was asked that if or since the breech plug was removed, it will result in a negative finding, to which the witness replied that it is a possibility. He was asked as to what good reason a person may have to change the breech plug, and he testified there may be several reasons, and explained it because for one it may not be working or the fire pin may need to be replaced, and confirms that it may change the outcome of ballistic results. However, he cannot say, as he does not know that it was changed. He confirms that the pressure inside a cartridge will push into the cartridge for marks and that it can influence the marks on the spent cartridge and the 2 live rounds when fired, the pressure should remain the same. Confirms that the hammer hits the firing pin as shown or viewed on the foot video he presented. Again, he did not examine the 4 spent test cartridges fired in CNSPA 14. In fact, he testified he had examined none of them. It was asked from the witness if he was aware that all 4 test cartridges examined by Colonel Mgwadleka was marked positive, and he replied only one was presented in court. It was to say an inappropriate comment after having heard it was the one example presented in court of the 4 spent cartridges. He confirmed that the marks described by Colonel Mgwadleka was found at the neck area, and the neck area is part of the chamber, and the chamber forms part of the firearm itself. It was put to the witness that the cartridge was examined, manufactured and marks found in the neck area. The chamber was examined as well. The witness replied that he should have looked at the ejector marks as well and compared it. The evidence of the witness on this aspect is undetermined, in fact. It was put to the witness that Colonel Mgwadleka went further, in fact, and noticed the bolt carrier had been changed. The witness replied that it is what Colonel Mgwadleka determined, so he cannot testify to that regard, and confirms that he indeed did go further because in his view he had to. The witness testified that to change a breech block is very quick and takes less than 2 minutes to change. On being questioned regarding the amount of forensic cases he had dealt with compared to the amount dealt with by Colonel Mgwadleka, the response of the witness was quite uncalled for by saying, well, good for him, consider his years of experience, I'm quoting from my mind, and my years during South African police services. It was an inappropriate and a non-committal of any answer or reply. He testified that his report was subjected to peer review, but it was sent to America, but it was not signed. He was asked, since he compiled the report the previous day, when did he send it to America? He testified the day before, and he only signs once he receives the peer review. The person who works with us in this regard resides in America, is a South African citizen and his friend, and argues that even though he is a friend, he is more qualified than anyone else in this country. He was asked why Mr. Wolmerans did not assist in this regard, and he explained that Mr. Wolmerans stopped doing this type of work, and he trusts Mr. Koberstyle, and he has new technology, and he would rather trust him before anyone else in this country. He was questioned about the time involved, in that if the report was drafted the previous day, which is quite comprehensive in volume, when would the peer in America have read it, discussed it with him, and the witness still time to amend if they do not agree on all aspects, since that is the normal procedure they follow? He replied, I quote, "It was done. I have no comment." He was asked if the report was signed. The witness replied that in his view, he considers it as being signed. However, it just does not appear on the report that as signed, as that part was cut off, and the report is not his own opinion, and insists that it was signed by his peer. On whatever he had insight into the reports of Colonel Mgwadleka, He replied yes in respect of all 9 reports, but disputes that the work of Colonel Mgodleka was subject to peer review, and with regards his own peer review, he did not check if he had received a reply the previous day or the morning before court, and that he should have done so, but he knows that this peer does agree with him. In the essence of saving time, I need to highlight that it is on record that 2 senior analysts reviewed the work of Colonel Mgodleka. Why are you shaking your head, Advocate Matthews? Why are you shaking your head? No.
You can allow yes in if you want to.
Yes,
But
I'm
want
going
if
to.
you want to do it.
No, I'm going to.
So
It
I'm
was
entitled
also
to
the...
shake my head if I want to.
Sorry?
I'm entitled to shake my head if I want to.
Naturally.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may do so again. Yet, Colonel Mgodleka stated that his case file was reviewed by the defense and the names of the persons who reviewed his work was contained in the work file. It is a given fact that the work file was not supplied to the defense, but they were definitely given access to the work file. The witness explained that he refers to CN SPA 24914 in his report so as to show that it is similar to the ones he examined, and the purpose of the video he presented in court was to show that a blank firearm had a flash. Therefore, he had also switched the lights off as Colonel Mgodleka had done during his task. He testified that the firearm he used does have recoil, but not as much, but that the muzzle flash as depicted on the video footage during the incident is similar to the flash he displayed in the video. He also elaborated that a standard 9mm Glock firearm takes 8 or 10 rounds, but normally 15, and it depends on whether it has an extended magazine. He was asked to view the footage and he replied he had done so, but was again requested by the state to do so and requested to court to count the shots fired, and he counted between 14 to 15 shots. He testified that the first rule to adhere to when firing a firearm is to ensure that it is safe. The second is to treat it as loaded. The witness then viewed all 3 video clippings and was asked, and he confirmed that he can see muzzle flash of the first video footage that was posted. He confirms he saw muzzle flash and counted 14 to 15 shots, but states that he cannot distinguish from the footage that it is indeed a firearm. Re-examination by Advocate Matthews. The witness confirmed that he did not examine the exhibits as he did not have access to it, and he did not ask for permission to do so. The object he had shown to court during evidence was revisited, and he explained that it was a piece or a part of a microscope, and based on examination of the court charts, no positive finding can be made. He confirms that SA Ballistic labs are accredited laboratories, and therefore it meets the international standards. What emanated from the court's questions was the following: that he did not see any peer review on the Section 212 statements of Colonel Mgodleka, and that there was no peer review done on the work of Colonel Mgodleka. That finalized the evidence of Mr. de Klerk. Defense for Accused 1 opened its case by calling the witness, Accused 1, to testify, being Mr. Julius Malema. During his evidence in chief, he testified that he is aware that he is accused number 1 in this matter, and that it relates to an incident that occurred on 28 July 2018. He confirmed that the date 28 July 2018 was the 5th birthday celebration of the EFF, held at Sisa Dukashe Stadium, Mdantsane, and that at the event, culture activities were held and local celebrities would perform before the arrival of the president of the EFF. He explained further that meetings were held and it was followed by the opening prayers, whereafter he, being Mr. Malema, will deliver a formal address. He testified that on their arrival they will do rounds and go around the stadium, greeting the crowds as to become closer to the people, in effect to connect with the people and shake hands. Thereafter he will deliver the main address as the key speaker of the event there. After the general will deliver a note of thanks. He testified that he had 4 VIP protectors, 2 from the Eastern Cape and 2 from Pretoria head office. The VIP protectors are also referred to, and I quote from Mr. Malema's evidence, as close protectors, bodyguards, and they are to, quote, look after the body, unquote. He testified that it is required that they must be close to his body at all times, and this is very irritating. And he explains that if it goes to the extent where he has to visit the bathroom and wait outside for the body protectors to check before he may enter. The members from VIP were provided to him by SABC, and he had no private security as it was not allowed. The stadium had to look after the EFF, so the Secretary General will know more about the logistics or administrative arrangements in place, and it is also required that an accredited security company should take over. He usually delivers his formal address between 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. as it allows time for the artists to perform for entertainment. He also testifies that there were no less than 20,000 people present at this event. He was asked to comment on the charges he is facing and stated he never used a gun and he never used a firearm or a firearm that uses live rounds of ammunition. In fact, he never carries a gun. He did not have a .223 rifle in his possession, and it is not for him to assist the state or to help the state in this matter, as no DNA was found on the firearm, and he was also not searched and also not his house, and no weapon was found in his house. He clarifies to say that no witness testified to say he carried a firearm. He is the only witness and also the only eyewitness, and he did not have a firearm in his possession that could shoot live ammunition, and no one can say so. With regards to count 2, on the same day he testifies that he did not possess any .223 ammunition. Count 3 testifies he did not discharge any rifle, and he requested to show the court on the video footage where the VIP protector is on the stage with him, and if he had fired a rifle, these police officials would have acted against him. He also pointed out that the pocketbooks of the body protectors are endorsed by the members and they record everything in their pocketbooks. He testifies that they traveled in the same car with him, the members from Pretoria, and that 4 of them were next to his body on that day, since it is a high security risk event. Count 4, he explained that the stage is called a dome, and if one would fire shots from the stage, it will damage the covers or the sail, and none was damaged. No live ammunition was fired on the stage. He took no precautions because he never fired any shots. Count 5, reckless endangerment. The question asked by the witness was, who from Gearhouse? When I say the question asked by the witness, I'm referring in and it is to be asked, how can a crime then be committed in those circumstances, in the midst of senior counsel, VIP members and police, and yet no action was taken against him? Apologies. He testified that the VIP member he's pointing on the footage is the one wearing a black jacket. No one was scared, no one was endangered or reported that. It was just a celebration. He explained that what is seen in the video, he is firing a toy gun. It is an act and used to excite people, and it is nicer for the people who are in attendance. For that reason, he fired a toy gun on stage. He also stated at the 10th celebration, the stage was actually lifted up as the act of the celebration. Video clip 2 was viewed. Mr. Malema explained that there's a magazine, as the idea was to create the impression that it was a real gun, as the ones used in movies, a toy gun, and that when one is an adult, children will use water guns. It is the same thing. This was used, as he further testified that Swart Boy said there were 5 VIP members, but that is not correct. There were 4. And even though they were present, nothing happened that warranted subs to react or intervene. He confirms that police or the evidence before court is correct, that the event was peaceful since Marshal Dlamini is very cooperative and well behaved. He also mentioned that the person who took the video is not in court to testify about the video. Colonel Swartboy never spoke to him. It was only Governor that spoke to him at the office of the Hawks in Pretoria, and he told him about this and asked if he wanted to depose of a statement, and he said no, he does not want to do so. Gear House provided material, and they also did so at the Polokwane rally that was held. He also testified in reply to a question by Advocate Odes if he can explain about the cartridge that was found, and he replied by saying that that is not his business and no one will ask him questions about what was found, and that they will never charge a black man and another black man as a co-accused. They thought if they charged his co-accused, he would sell him out, and therefore Larry Mavundla should be charged. Cross-examination by Advocate Matthews. It was stated accused 2 never handed him a handgun, which was confirmed, and the court will now deal with re-examination by Advocate Sisa. He confirmed that there was 4 VIP members and that they were with him from his arrival at the stadium and remained until he left at about 2 a.m. the following morning. Accused 2 did not arrive with him as part of the group. He last saw accused 2 on 27 July 2018 as he inspected the site, and then the night before again, being 28 July 2018. Confirms he has known accused 2 prior to the event and explained he had known him since 2008 and described the manner in which they met. He was asked in what capacity did accused 2 inspect the stadium, and he replied he won't know, it has nothing to do with him or as to what he was doing there. He confirms that he or they do assimilation of a firearm, meaning explaining that at any political revolution, a gun, and saying, yeah, that is us, it is a gun gesture. On being questioned whether it was a wooden firearm, He replied he was trained to use firearms at the age of 9 years old as part of the Young Pioneers, and they taught them how to use firearms, but at the start of the training, graduate to using real firearms and to train against the apartheid struggle. Therefore, you will never see a leader using a wooden gun. Confirmed that since the start of the inception of the EFF up to the event, he had never demonstrated using a firearm like the one he presented in court. The event was the first time for him to do so. The decision was made to do so as it would be the first time to do so, and new concepts are always needed, otherwise the event becomes boring. The decision and idea was arrived at by all of them as they work as a collective, and that whatever happens at the stadium where the EFF was held was a collective decision. Advocate Caesar asked whether this was discussed with Jock, as represented by Colonel Mkwali, and the witness replied that he will not know and the question must be asked from Colonel Mkwali. It was further put to the witness that Colonel Mkwali said it was not discussed with him or approved by him, and the witness replied that the EFF is not managed by Jock and a toy has no security risks and therefore requires no approval. It was put to the witness that if it had been discussed with Jock, it would have been easily resolved that it was a toy gun. The witness stated clearly that there is no need for Jock to know about it. There is no license needed for a toy gun and it is not the business of Jock. He confirmed that the VIP members were always present and explains that Sergeant Kara, as one of the VIP protectors, and Chauke, but does not recall the name of the others present. The state then placed the following on record, being A65, which in essence reads as follows: Andile Chauka. The formalities are stated. One of the VIP protectors stated in his statement that he and his colleague waited at the airport for Mr. Malema and Sergeant Collins was present. Sergeant Kare also present as the driver of the backup vehicle. They departed from the accommodation of Mr. Malema in the same format to the stadium, and they were not allowed to be present on the stage or stage area. Mr. Malema explained that once he is dropped at the stadium, both drivers of the motor vehicle will move to the back of the stage and park the motor vehicle, and they do that so that the motor vehicle faces the exit of the gate, as there is no time to do so if the need arises to exit the stadium urgently, and confirms that the cars were parked at the back of the stage. There will always be 2 motor vehicles parked at the back of the stage and the other 2 remain close to his body. The question then was if they would they be able to witness the shooting incident, and accused one reply, I quote, "Police have ears like a dog." The matter was further pursued by the state that the evidence of the witness was the 4 VIP members were, which was disputed by accused, saying he never testified that the 4 members were, and that SABC may explain this question or statement. He was informed that SABC will be present. With regards to A65, the statement by Sergeant Nzeleni, which was read out, the witness replied he cannot comment to the statement. Same with A67, Sergeant Kare, the same reply stated. A68, Sergeant Chauke, same reply. The state placed it on record inviting the comment of the witness that it is common cause that shots were fired and the only issue is whether it was a real firearm or a toy firearm. No comment was provided to the statement. A69, Sergeant Nongo Velo, the same reply was elicited. It was further put to the witness that Colonel Mkwali opened the case and therefore regarded as the complainant in this matter, and the witness' answer was that Colonel Mkwali was instructed to do so and did not do so on his own accord. On being asked as to who brought the toy firearm on the stage and handed it to him, and was informed that it was brought by the Secretary General and that the firearm brought to court the previous day belongs to the EFF, and that Larry Mavundla handed it to him, and also that it was marked handed back to Larry Mavundla, since Mr. Mavundla was also part of his security, and confirms that he identified him on the footage he viewed the previous day. Further, that Colonel Swartboy never visited his house to establish that it could have been his firearm. The state asked the witness to view the footage again with regards to the handgun used at the event. It was viewed, clips 1, 2, and 3, and it was requested by the state that the first clip will be played and it will be stopped at the part where shots were fired by using a handgun. The witness informed the state he does not see a handgun or the size of it, and therefore he cannot comment if it was the same size firearm as the one that was brought to court, since he cannot see what is on video clip 1. The witness was asked to count the shots that was audible on the video, and he testified that it appears to be a gun and he owns a Taurus firearm, but cannot comment on whether it is a handgun or a rifle, and insists he cannot even answer to that as he was not charged for that. Further video footage was viewed in court, and the witness was asked if he sees that people were running. The witness confirms that he sees 7 people standing, however adds that no one ran and no one came to say in court that they were running away, and on further questions the reply was, on the 7 people, I see nothing. This emanated from the portion of the video clip that was paused in court for all to view regarding the aspect of the people running. It was put to the witness that the people was standing still at the spot or direction where the shots were fired, and the witness replied he did not see anything and that he never fired any shots, and that there is also a cameras on that side of the stage. The witness then counted the shots fired and stated it amounted to 70 shots. I'm just checking if I made a typo here and if it's still coming to the 9mm. Okay. Alright. Indeed, then it was said that the shots fired and stated it amounted to 7 shots. It was put to the witness that he indeed fired a real firearm, and the witness replied that it was the evidence of the prosecutor and it is an abuse of NPA. Further, that the members of parliament that were on stage are members that were nominated by the EFF, and testifies that he has no close friends when asked whether the members of parliament were his friends or close friends, and that the EFF supporters are not friends, they are comrades. The witness replied to the question asked by Advocate Caesar that it would be unlikely for them to report him. The reply was, I quote, what stops them? The witness confirmed the toy gun was to entertain the crowd. It was put to the witness, which he agreed to, that all videos viewed in the court move in court moves away to the far right of the stage. Therefore, Therefore, why would he move away from the crowd to the side of if the purpose was to deliver an act to the crowd? He replied that the purpose of doing so is to isolate himself, and that it was performed very well and was shown on the big screens. Everything was perfect and calculated and designed to be the way it was done. He also confirmed that the majority of the people were in front of the stage, and he already testified that it was about 20,000 people. It was put to the witness that the footage shows 7 people standing in the direction where the shots were fired, and Mr. Malema replied with the question, where? And it is not, continued to say, it is not your business. Video clip 2, the witness agrees with the state's submission that the first footage shown shows a handgun and a rifle with muzzle flash. The witness also confirmed that the toy firearm was handed to him by Larry Mavundla, but he does not appear in the footage marked 2, and that accused 2 is clearly visible on the footage. He was asked if he is aware of any person who fired shots at the event, and replied no. It must be the Holy Spirit then, and the clip he sees no one including himself. Meaning he also does not see himself on clip 2. He was asked to count the shots fired, as the state counted 7 shots, and he replied he is now unable to count. And during the viewing of the footage, the witness explained on a question posed by the state as to how he views the footage, and he pointed Mavundla and Chauke. He confirms that the rifle or toy rifle used ejects small blanks, and confirms that it looks identical to the CN SPA 249/14. He was asked how he knows that Larry handed him a toy and not the SPA 249/14, and he replied that he works on the principle of SAPS and Mavundla. In conclusion, the state made the following statements to the witness: that he indeed fired the CNSPA 249, and that he should have checked if it was a real or toy gun handed to him. The witness replied that with regards to the firearm, put that on my DNA, and there was no need to check, as Mavundla had the instructions I wanted him, or that he must do. Re-examination by Advocate Hodes, the witness repeats that he did not fire any firearm, and that in video clip 1, he does not see himself in the clip, and the reason why the 5 VIP members not called was to persecute him. That finalized the evidence of accused number 1, and therefore the defense requested that the statements of the 5 VIP members be submitted, marked as Exhibit A 65, 66, 67, 68, and 69. Just want to put my finger on them. I'm not going to read the formalities. We're all aware that 2 of them are from the Eastern Cape. They are in employ of SABC at the VIP protection unit. I'll merely refer to the contents, and as far as it is relevant to the incident dated 28th July 2018. Okay. Andile Kuma states, my colleague and I, known as Sergeant Nzeleni, also stationed at the Protection Security Services East London, was at the East London airport on the 21st, I assume. This is a copy I received from the defense advocate Hodes orders that the 21st, as it starts over, may be a typing error. I'm not sure. I don't know if you want to have a look, but all of them refer to 21 August. So, and it is a typed version wherein you confirm it to be copy of the original So, in that format.
Yes,
So I may accept it is a typing error. Advocate Odes?
yes.
Okay. Therefore, I'll see it as that on the 21st of July 2018, awaiting the arrival of Mr. Julius Malema and his dignitaries, 3 colleagues from the National Protection Security Officers, known as Collins, Chauka and Gari, joined us at the East London airport on the mentioned date. On the 28th of July, I was the leading vehicle, alone, with Collins driving Mr. Julius Malema and Sergeant Nzaleni and Gari at the back as the backup vehicle. He states that on arrival at the stadium, himself and Sergeant Nzaleni were not allowed into the designated stage area and remained outside. During the evening late, they were allowed inside the designated area where the detail vehicles were parked. At no stage did he witness any shooting or at any stage entered the stage area. And then it just states that the firearm he was issued with. When dealing with the evidence or the statement of Lungise and Zilani, it reads exactly the same as Truma. Safe to say, he states that he can state that Collins from the National Protection Security Services drove Mr. Julius Malema's vehicle. Sergeant Kuma from East London office was the leading vehicle. And the lack vehicle, which he calls, or the back vehicle, he was alone. I was the backup vehicle in a Ford Ranger white in color, and Kara from the national office. Okay, get to the actual event. My colleague and I was not allowed into the designated area by the tents. I was. Here we go. Sorry, let me rephrase. Myself and Sergeant Kuma was not allowed and remained parked outside the designated area. He confirms that during the evening of the event, himself and his colleague were allowed into the designated area by the tents to get food. Later, they were allowed to enter the parking area to align the vehicles for the escort. At no stage did he enter the stage area, and he did not witness any shooting taking place in his presence. Then Pia Kara, I will refer to the incident itself. During the incident referred to in paragraph 2 above, I was on the stage with my back turned to the crowd. My back was turned to the crowd because I am in charge of securing the back door to the left. Therefore, I was covering the left side entrance from the back that led to the front of the stage. I was responsible, among other things, for the verification of accreditations of individuals who were gaining access to the stage. I did not personally witness any firearm shots being real or toy. Thomas Chauke, same set of facts, states that during the alleged incident, he was on the stage with his back turned to the crowd. My back was turned to the crowd because I am in charge of securing the back door to the right. I was covering the right side entrance from the back that led to the front of the stage. I was responsible, among other things, for the verification of accreditations of individuals who were gaining access to the stage. I did not personally see Mr. Julius Malema discharge any firearm, being real or toy. Final statement, Mbulaleni Nengovela. During the alleged incident referred to, I was at all material times stationed in the primary motor vehicle that was utilized to transport Mr. Malema as the primary subject of my VIP protection duties. I was never on stage during the alleged incident. Therefore, I did not personally see the discharge of any firearm during the event. That concluded the evidence on behalf of the defense, and defense case in respect of accused 1 and 2 closed. May I ask, I'm not sure, I've seen that defense is not willing to or not comfortable to discuss aspects in chambers, but this revolves around continuing further for this day. And for that I need to know your departure times, etc., and verify the time I've been given as suitable to you. We will return immediately then and continue if it is arranged for your schedules.
Mr. I depart at 6:05 on the flight this evening.
Meaning you have to be there at?
I've got no luggage, 5 o'clock. Your worship.
I'll then depart 6 o'clock at the latest.
We also need to be there at 5 o'clock.
Well, not really, because we have private planes, so.
May I shake my head now?
Why are you shaking your head?
I'm entitled to do so. It's my right to do so. Okay, may we just please, we won't delay, and you may obtain the consent of your clients if you so wish, but I'm not inclined to discuss on national TV the extent and time, so if we can just have a 1-minute discussion and return immediately. In the interim, accused 1 and 2, whichever officials, if you want to take a bathroom break, now would be the perfect time, because we won't, in essence, then stop anytime soon. Court will briefly adjourn.
You also need to be there at 5 o'clock. Doesn't really matter.
Thank you. Was there still aspects you wanted to discuss with your clients, or have you had an opportunity to do so? Okay, we'll just wait to go on record then. All right, I see, back on record. Advocate orders on observing the time being nearly 20 to 5. I don't know what instructions you hold pertaining to this matter.
The form placed on the flight tomorrow, 1 o'clock, so I must leave here before 12. That will accommodate your worship, and I can eliminate. And also, I have to give you holiday with our promise.
Look, I can safely say yesterday and today dealt with the summarizing of the entire case, including all the exhibits, and that consumed 2 days. I could not do otherwise in that regard. So what is left is the evaluation, the law findings. So that I cannot see that it can be more than 2.5 hours max. So, and suit your client as well. Advocate Matthews.
Same thing. We are prepared to carry on.
Thank you. Advocate Caesar from the state side.
Suitable to me as well.
Thank you. Accused 1 and 2, for what I've just placed on record, for those reasons then we will require tomorrow the morning session at most, so it is postponed for continuation of judgment to 1 October. You are both on bail extended, warned to be present in court by 9 o'clock for us to proceed with the final part of this, the process. Thank you. Thank you. You may be excused. Everyone may start packing up if you so wish. I just have to endorse